Welcome, boys, girls, and everyone else to the second half of session 13 of the Sankei Shimbun Women's League qualifier. Last time I said that 13 was unlucky for some, and we definitely saw some games where some players were just having a really bad time, but we were definitely not spoiled. We had a great session, and I'm sure this will be just the same. I am Kaoru, and today I am joined by Jenn.
Hello.
Yeah, did you see any of the games yesterday? Because I think we had some players who just had the worst luck.
I really
You heard
wanted to,
straight?
but I had my own tournament and I was kind of
How did that
feeling
go?
ill, so I didn't actually get to. I had to sleep before the tournament, but usually I always watch, but yesterday was the first time I wasn't really able to.
How did
My
it go?
tournament was the Ikusa Ladies Cup. So it's a women's event for the Ikusa, the ex-Furin Kazan team. And it went okay. We had to get top 2. I think there were 12 players, and I had a really bad first 3 games. But once I got on stream and I needed the points, I got another Oya Baimon.
Oh, very nice.
But I did not advance, so.
Oh, still very
But
nice.
somehow I
Hey.
get Oya Baimon every time I need points on stream lately, so that's fun.
Honestly, you know what? Even if you do usually look cool doing it, that works out for me. I think it's not too bad. It's not too bad. You gave it a go, and you got some good hands. It's awesome.
Yeah. The stream games went well, so if only I had those first. But
yeah, maybe next time.
Yeah, but
hopefully,
it's nice that I got to play with Hiroe Sugawara, who was the winner of the Sankei Shimbun Cup last year, and Remi Odsuki, who I think got. She played yesterday.
Yes.
And the third game yesterday, a huge first place. I played with her yesterday as well, and also Misato Hana, who I think is playing on our tables today. So I got to see a lot of players from Sankei Shimbun Cup as well, so it was good times.
Okay, I'm gonna look forward to that, to seeing how she does today. Like, I don't think you're gonna be holding a grudge or anything like that. No. I wouldn't dream of suggesting that.
What? A grudge for me? None of the
Yeah.
people
Oh,
in my
she
group
beat me on. She
advanced.
beat me in Nikki, so I hope she loses today. No.
I was thinking that for some certain people, but I won't say who.
No, don't. Later on today, we're going to be hearing from Nathanael, the person doing stuff behind the scenes today, and also Corak. Always like shouting out the people you're going to be hearing later on in the stream. And speaking of shouting out people, let's talk about our sponsors today. We are sponsored by WRC and JPML. On JPML's site, we hope you'll check out Sparrow's Nest, a New York mahjong studio fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultima, and Rex 3 order tables. Brilliant place to be. Go check them out. Our other sponsor, WRC, we're the other YouTube channel. It's the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious and international mahjong tournament in the world. It's held once every 3 years, the next of which will be in 2028 in New York. So get involved in that too if you can. If you can qualify for it, good luck.
Yes.
But, exactly, yeah. For anyone tuning in for the first time, I suppose we should tell people what the Sankei Shimbun Cup is. We're at session 13 of 15, and we have the qualifier made up of 2 leagues. We have the Sept League in Tokyo, the Orb League in Western Japan. They made up the finals, but in Tokyo we have the 60 teams for the Sept League, split into 15 groups of 4. You got to beat the other 3 teams in your group over 10 sessions to be the top team in your group to advance. The top individual players also advance to a separate final, so even if your team's not doing well, you still have something to play for. It's always worth fighting until the end. The Orb League only has 5 groups instead of 15, and since they're in different locations, the game's more spread out. Each region has their own schedule. And you may be surprised to know, but WRC have their own team in this event.
Also, hi Tips. Hi Tips.
Also, welcome on in. Yeah! One with all the tips and tricks. But yes, we have a WRC team this season. Made up of entirely international roster, you might say. One of them is in the call with me right now. Hi, Jen.
Hello.
We have Jen from the US. We have Gemma as our team captain from the UK, Mio Nishida from South Korea, and Yumi Uotani from Japan as the players. I don't think you played the session, right?
We had a bye this session, so
Yeah.
last session I played 3 games trying to get in a good position for the last 3 games, but I couldn't. So Mio is going to play our last 3 games, and we're at the position or at the timing now where all teams are in their penultimate session because we all play the last session, session 15. So all the teams we watch now going on now, they're going to have one session left after this one for this month and next month.
So yes, please, when we do get to session 15, please cheer for me.
Yes.
Hopefully we'll see an amazing turnaround. It'll be great. But today, we're not watching WC's group. We're watching Group 6, I believe.
Group 6?
And
yes.
Group 6?
Yep.
Has my screen share broken? Either way, on said group for Game 1, as our first dealer, we're going to be having from Team Jankatsu Master and RMU, we have Kojo. In the south seat from Mahjong Pro Keirinbu and NPM, we have Yoshie Aiuchi. In the west seat from Team Laima and JPML, we have Saeka Fujii. And finally, in the north seat, representing Team Blossom Quintet from SPM, we have Konami Saito. I believe the person we were just talking about earlier. Yes. We have our players. Do we have our scores, or should we get right to it? Here are our scores. Oh, so it's a pretty good lead, given that we've only got 6 games left. But it is the 13th session. Interesting things can always happen. I said this last stream when we had the same team take the first 2 games and gain about like 90 points straight up. So
with 2 more sessions left, this is definitely not impossible to go completely opposite of this standings even.
Yeah, Laima can overtake it with the 2 matches, let alone 6, if it goes perfectly. And as you say, even Blossom Quintet still has a chance. So we'll have to see how they play today.
Can we do the t-shirts real quick? We should probably.
Oh, of course, yes.
Talk about that.
Before we start.
Apologies.
Of course, we're doing a giveaway, right? We had 2 weeks ago. We had a chat campaign, but also, if you're a member of the channel for the YouTube, I think that's like the paid join function. I can't remember exactly how it works. We'll be picking 3 channel subscribers to win a joint drawing.
I think I'm a member for. I think the cheapest one is like, I don't know. It's like a quid a month or something. I'm looking at it. It's 90 yen a month. If you want to support us more, there's the one for 390 yen a month, which is like 5-6 quid, and then World Jonger. If you want to support even more, we'll have more things coming up later for members. But this month we have the replica jersey, and next month we are going to have special World Champion towels available as our promotion as well. So lots of things coming up for paid members. If you don't have the means, then of course just enjoy the streams. If you want to get in there, like I said, it's like 90 yen a month, which is very, very low. I think it's affordable for many people that normally couldn't subscribe to things. So yes, if you're interested in supporting the streams and keeping these sustainable, we really appreciate it.
The one thing is, it's not just a really cool T-shirt; it's also signed by you and your 2 buddies.
Yes, I signed them. I signed them. Yumi signed them. Mio signed them. They're all signed up.
So, if your favorite player has signed a shirt and you get that, that's gonna be awesome. So welcome on in chat, Mary Mahjong. Hi. But yes, sorry. Thank you for reminding me that. I did forget to do that. I'm so sorry. But I think it's time to go straight to this first game for Group 6.
Yes, Moody in the chat from Brazil. Moody Mahjong is a Brazilian. Leading up the Brazil Mahjong scene over there.
It's awesome. It's great to see the world part of World Riichi, you know?
Oh yeah, actually, I have a greeting all prepared even for Brazilian viewers. I didn't practice it though.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna hear this. Maybe I could learn something. Oh my. Well, we do have a very interesting start here for Kojo. Not the most exciting thing for Aiuchi, but it's definitely workable.
I can see them. Benvindos ao nosso Mahjong stream. But he said that for our podcast, which we'll talk about a little bit later, but it's actually know how to say Mahjong stream. But it says
I
welcome
honestly,
to our
yeah.
mahjong stream
Oh, that's nice. Well, thank
in
yeah.
Portuguese. Obrigado. Thank you. Okay, that's it.
Always fun. All right. So while we can see the first few draws, and I did say Aiuchi's hand wasn't that impressive, but she has decided to find some value by building in that 7-8-9 mixed sequence chance. She's got to get 3 specific tasks to make that happen, so it's going to be a hard thing to complete. And especially when you see dealer here, Kojo, 1 away, with the chance now of pure sequence, adding pin through into the hand by mixing that 5-7 into a 7-8. But also, if they get the 7-7-8-8-9-9, even more value. Fujii and Saito have a bit more to work with right now, unfortunately, but we'll see if these two hands are really potentially very valuable and potentially very quick. Managed to complete first. We'll see. Fujii does get a nice draw there, gets a 1 away, but I think there's a good chance her weight's going to be on the 3 of bamboo, which is a little bit unfortunate. But then you never know. Sometimes people really like the 3 of bamboo, and maybe it will be the savior today. Ideal draw would be the 3, of course. Then you can wait on the 1 pin and 4 pin together. This is that pure sequence we're talking about here. So, reach, maybe? Pin food, pure sequence? Just arming. You know what? That's perfectly fine. On the 5 pin, we have what? Dora, pin fu, pure sequence, 3 hand. It's not too bad unless I'm missing something else. Nothing wrong to make that be good for you. Speaking of the pure sequence, could be switching out the 1, 2 of
Like she's
bamboo.
more concerned about making a pair and doesn't have a pair quite yet, so keeps that 7-8-9-9 Ariamen, the fake open-ended shape, and the 1-2-3-4 Nobetan shape to make a pair in one of those.
And it just paid
Yes.
off.
Yes. But she doesn't want that 3, so wait.
No,
Releases
exactly.
Tenton and tries to go for. I think if you're gonna do that, might have been better to keep the 7 even. It
Hmm. If she's got that
connects.
1-2-3-4 shape, she probably is thinking about the door, right? The 5,
Yeah, I
trying
think
to get
so.
the 5 pin here. Oh, that's not it, unfortunately. No
She would.
Tenpai yet. So Kojo is Tenpai, but Fujii was not, no.
Yeah, she normally might have kept that 7 dot for the sticky one away shape, but she'd already discarded the 8 and the 9, so it's sort of a backfire.
Kojo right now waiting on the 2 and 5 of dots. Let's quickly check to see how many of those are available. I think it's pretty good weight, all things considered.
I know. See, now she keeps a 6 if she had that 7. A few
Speaking of,
backfires for Fujii.
so it is 4 tiles of 2-5. Speaking of that too, it is being held with a pair by Saito, waiting on the 2 and the 7 of dots. So someone does discard the 2, it will be a head bump. Kojo will not get to win.
Kojo is 1 Kojo's 1
She's
away
been
here.
I
She
why
didn't
can't
have a
I be
pair. I
able to
think she
count?
had 2 open-endeds, but
Why haven't I been able to count today? Oh no.
it was kind of a tough decision. I think that an old-fashioned sort of discard for that might have been she had the pair of 6s, so the 7-8
Hmm.
and keeping open-endeds in 2 other places, but not quite as fashionable lately.
I think the other thing is we do see this reach now, so
Yeah, now
maybe
with
you're
the
thinking
reach,
of
it makes it even more difficult.
is the 5 safe to that reach? It's not. They played the 8, but that's about it. Nothing
And
suggesting that.
actually, so if there was no reach with
Yeah, no,
Kojo's
I
hand, the more modern play would have been to discard the 6 dot. That makes it the most quote quote efficient. But in the old fashioned way was the 7-8. But yeah, when you have it reach, then everything changes.
was yes. Sorry, yes. Do correct me if I make a mistake like that. Absolutely. That has now been fixed. She's managed to get back there, but yeah, my apologies for her. I don't know
I
why I
mean,
read one of those pairs of things, one of those sequences as a pair. I need to sharpen my eyes a little bit. Okay.
it just moves fast. Sometimes the pips kind of blend together.
Either way, though, the 2 players in Tempai both in reach. I don't see any pushing from anyone else here on this table, honestly. Maybe Fujii, but even then, no. Just playing it 100% safe. Let the others have fully a loss of points, and you can sneak ahead. One thing to keep in mind is, of course, the score situation with the only 6 games left to go. In an ideal world, you're really hoping that Kojo wins this and Saito loses points, but we'll see. We'll see. If you're all the other players in the table and you desperately want to be thinking about that sort of gap to first, which ideally you want to be negative, but we'll see. In the meantime, that's how many 7s we see, because I think the 7th pin is actually dead, so it is just the 2 for why can't I do words today? I'm so sorry. Saito's Riichi. And we did in fact see a no 10 payment. It's not the most exciting start, but certainly it has set the table and set things up for a very explosive repeat of East 1. 2,000 points whoever wins this one right
Oh,
here.
you can see Kaoru in the background. That's Kaoru in the black shirt behind Kojo.
I see. Very good.
Kaoru Shimizu, legend.
Okay, looking at Kojo start here. Pair of the double East is going to be very exciting, but otherwise a lot of work to be done. Probably would consider just calling this the East though, just because 2-handed is good enough, I would say. We can build something else after we get that East. That's, of course, a big if, though. Do you see it coming out, though, from Aiuchi? Right here, exactly. And it is going to be called. 2 Hana's dealer is nothing to complain about. In the meantime, though, I actually could be thinking about maybe some Sanshoku thing at roots, but it's probably mostly just going to be get to tempo as quickly as I can and then get those Riichi 6. I think it's kind of interesting that we see Saito give up on the 6 of bamboo there, choosing to keep I guess a safe tile over a floater. I'll have to see if that's a. It was Yakuhai, the red dragon here, but I don't know. We'll see if that 6 pin, so 6 bamboo backfires later on. But speaking of keeping safe tiles, that East is going to be 100% safe. The only thing it will go into is 30 Novens, so maybe players here are seeing that their hand's not that good and don't really want to be taking this fight if they can avoid it, which is interesting. How that one call maybe have changed everyone's plans a little bit. We'll see. We'll see. In the meantime, everyone's kind of stalled a little bit. Even the 7 draw here it's nice, don't get me wrong. Could always just take the all inside with the draw 1, which is perfectly fine. But it doesn't feel fine when that's all you have and you're still 2 or 3 away at the end of row 1. It might actually be one of the best hands on this table, but you're not going to know that if you're the one playing in person. That is a very good draw, though. Reach all inside door 1 is more than good enough. I probably wouldn't want to take the reach if I was waiting on the 3 of characters there, but maybe the only option you have.
Just joined SPM this past year. I know she played I think she played last year. But I think maybe, I don't know if she changed leagues. Because I don't think she's new. I think
Yeah,
she might have changed organizations.
it does happen, right? That's fair.
Yes, but
Honestly, looking at Aichi's hand there, I might have considered just Stefan pairs at that point. We've gone so far into the hand and it's just still so far away.
yeah, I
After
think
pairing
that
that
we
full pin, I might
said
have
at
been
the
like,
beginning that she's RMU, but I think she actually switched to SPM last year. So uh,
well,
that's why I wanted to mention. Yeah, she just switch orgs. Sorry.
that's always good to keep up. And yeah, sorry for the
Just like the end
slightly
of last
outdated
year, it
information.
was very recent. Like
All right. But yeah, honestly, not much was happening right then, so it's always good to fall back on cool little fun facts like that. Kojo has hit Tenpai finally. It's only on 2-5, and it's only for the Devil East, as we were talking about earlier. Devil East are with the 2, of course. But I don't see anyone playing at the door there, personally. Could happen. Unlikely. But yeah, that moment when you have... Oh, there it is. Okay. But yeah, that moment when you have to make 3 calls just to get to Tenpai. Because if I don't normally get away with whenever I'm trying to do that.
You can make 4 calls at mahjong.
True.
That's the
Just...
rule.
My point was, by the time you've made those calls, someone else has won. Usually.
Often, yes.
And sometimes because you've discarded so many of your tiles, you don't have as many choices for defense. You've always got at least 2, but if you don't have as many choices, you might be the one who dealt in. But yes. Good win for Kojo. Gets the Riichi stick back and Saito's Riichi stick from the first hand. And will we be able to convert this into another win? Possibly. We've got a pair of the White Dragon. A lot of definite frameworks to build shapes from. Looking over there, did I see a Sanchoku? I might not have. I'm looking at the 3-4-5 and thinking, maybe. It's for another electric. Probably not going to happen. But a pair of Easts is very, very nice in the East round. May end up having a call off. This might be a very fast, very open game. We'll have to see whether the players are likely to call Akuhai. The first East was skipped on this part here. Only with 1 hand, not like 2 hand from Kojo earlier, and obviously Kojo was the dealer. The second one will be called, though. Brings Aiuchi to a position where maybe she can try and sneak ahead into second place. Sato here, I want to say his hand's great, and I want to try and find a silver lining. And the silver lining I'm seeing is the 6-7-8 mixture sequence. It's so far away, but it's there. It is makeable for Saito. If she manages to get the right tiles, maybe she can convert that into big points, but needs to draw something around that 8-man to make that even remotely viable. Gonna keep it for now, though, just in case. Always worth thinking about that kind of thing. Meanwhile, Kojo's 1 away. It's not a good 1 away, but it's definitely 1 away. She could be the first person to attempt by this hand. So it looks like we have Fujii just trying to build all inside, cutting away the chance of drawing the 9 of dots, even though we see 3 of the 9 dots out. I mean, I guess that also doesn't hurt that we're getting rid of that. And with that second call, Kojo is now going to be ready to win. Aiuchi 1 away, of course. Still trying to keep up the pace. Everyone is opening. These are games that I tend to get a little bit flustered in, I think, whenever it's me playing. Because you always feel like you never got enough time. You always need to try and rush and make something happen, when oftentimes it's just not going to. When you're looking at a hand like this, you're like, yes, I see value, but also it's probably not going to happen. But Kojo is going to be waiting on that 1 of bamboo now. She's made the switch. And that 9 discard has given Aiuchi Tenpai 3-6. Much better than the 1, in theory.
So is desperate to continue as dealer, and I think Aiuchi is kind of desperate to keep her from continuing as dealer, trying to maintain that first place spot for her team.
Yes. Yeah, we had a game yesterday, I think, where someone went to 50, 60,000, and that would be disastrous for Aiuchi, especially if she's in 3rd or 4th place, which she currently is, right? So I definitely do understand the push. And it's probably going to pay off too, because I do think 3-6 is more likely to land. We do see 2 right here, of course, but I think it might be 3 versus 2. So it's not as good as I thought it was, but it's not too bad. Very slight advantage Aiuchi in terms of win rate here. Meanwhile, Saito hasn't given up. She's one away from winning. But one away from being at a ready hand. So maybe she'll be the first person to reach, and it'll drive everyone else off this table away because you don't want to be taking risks into a reach. We'll see. That's not the tile that gets her there, though. Yeah, at this point, you probably don't want to be discarding bamboo tiles. Oh, no, actually, that's not true. That's not true. The second call was Manzu. Aiuchi. I am fabricating, making things up. Let's not do that. Decided to cut the 8, draw the 7. And now it's time to fold. Understandable. The 4 hits sets of a siege trap, but then the problem is we have to cut a 4 to this board. Okay, does so. And it will deal in.
To Fujii.
And not the hugest win, but it's from the right player if you're trying to get that first place. Actually, no, I take it back. When you actually look at the gap, that's 9,000 points. That is a huge win. I take everything I just said back. That's amazing.
It is a big swing.
Because it was a direct hit. Yeah,
And
absolutely.
Fujii trying also to stay ahead of Aiuchi so her team can catch up with first place.
Yeah, if the game were to end right now, the gap is closed by about 35 points. I think that's right. Maybe 40. Somewhere between 30 and 40 points. So definitely worth considering, especially if you've got 5 more games left. You can do that 5 more times. You're definitely going to win. So this is Aiuchi's dealership, and I'm looking at this. I almost want to make Jun-chan. I almost want to go for that, but I know it's probably not likely. A 4-pair opening for Fujii. Maybe we go for 7. We'll see what the next few draws are like. If we do draw a 5th pair, though, I think that's going to be the obvious choice. Or a Dora. Maybe sometimes a Dora helps. Oh, what if we triple up a 9, though? What if things get a little bit weird? Either way, though, let's see how this continues. Yeah, I was saying I really want this to be Jun-chan, but... And it does look like it's maybe we're angling towards the 1-2-3 mixture sequence for Aiuchi, but... I get this feeling it's not going to continue going that way forever, at least. Potentially going for a flush for Kojo. Cutting away the sort of outer the suits we don't necessarily want, just in case we do draw something useful. But we'll see. Second Dora draw, though, for Saito. So much value. But with that pair weight on the 3 and the 5 of darts, it's going to be hard to fill in. Which may have just been a problem that solved itself with that 2-pin ad. So we'll have to see. Turn the pair weight into a 1-4 weight, but also keeping the option of drawing that third Dora, for now at least. I'm liking it. Not anything good just yet, though. Pair of the West, that helps this flush we were talking about earlier. Although it's still really far away. It's pretty safe, though. Like, I'm pretty sure the East is once cut, that's far. The East is twice cut. The White Dragon is once cut, I believe. Also lying around that hand, I have to quickly having a look. But yes. So even though it's far away, it's still got a nice route to get to ready. Yeah, like the East is safe. The North is the North is also twice cut. No, it's once cut. That's a green. It's a little bit blurry in my end. But still, if you're gonna be pushing, better to push a previously cut on a tile than a completely wild tile in the suit that you're not using. That's really useful. North first, once cut. South has to come out next. The East is pretty much guaranteed safe, probably, unless someone is being very sneaky, and hopefully you can try and see that coming, but just the discards up to that point. Yeah, this flush might actually win. It's currently 1 away.
A couple of flushes. I think that Fujii is kind of wanting to go for a flush. There it is.
Yeah. Yeah, the hand was like really... It had so many things it could have been, and then it eventually just sort of settled on that, and you know what? Fair.
I'm bad for Kojo. White Dragon and 4, so wait.
Yeah,
So
the White
frustrating.
Dragon could easily win. The Force is going to be a tough ask, I think, given we've got 3 of them in our own hand. But
This is
you never
too
know.
high as well. What's she gonna wait for? 3, 6, 9, wait.
I believe that makes sense to me. Yeah. Needing change so that she can reach. So yeah, there are no 4s left. There's only 1 White Dragon left for this weight here. Let's go check the 369s.
She could have gone for a 258 weight, right? I think she
I
had the
think
choice
the
to
option was there.
discard the 3 or the 5, and she discarded the 5. 3 is
Hmm,
369, but she's using 6 of those. The
true.
5 would, or the 3 discard would have been a 258, but she's only using 3 of those.
So my count was, I think, 9. So 3 tiles remaining for that 369 weight.
258
And
and
this,
47 weight, right? It would have been
yeah.
258 and 47, so she switched that, like, I think the 3 would have been. She
Okay.
discarded the 5, right? Or,
She did discard 5 with the reach. Yeah, absolutely.
I think the 3 would have been a better discard.
Honestly, looking back, I think you might have been
Yeah, there's
right.
the 8.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say after the fact, but I guess when you're in the pressure of the moment, anything can happen.
Yeah,
But
sometimes
yeah,
it's
no,
hard
absolutely.
to compare the weights when you're on especially like on the broadcast table. Although she has a lot of experience on broadcast tables lately.
Mm.
Actually featured her on the JPML English channel in the Oraisen that we watched a couple weeks ago. It's there on the VODs. I think she got like second place, or she was very close to getting first place. It was very close.
Okay, awesome. But yeah, we did see a second reach from Fujii. And we also have this tempo, of course, waiting on now 1 for Bamboo and that 1 last White Dragon. So 3 players ready, and that is too much for poor Kojo to be willing to push. 1 reach? Sure. 2? No. Either way, though, we shall see if any of these manage to get it. There it is! The 6-9 beat the 3-6-9. And did we flip her? I think we flipped her there. The 2 Bamboo, right? So, Saito's going to be very
Fujii's
happy.
face. I think she realized. It might
Yeah,
have been that she was
unfortunately,
hoping for specifically for the 9 or a certain tile, but
that's actually fair. Yeah, there could have been some actual value considerations as well. I hadn't thought about that. I'm still waking up. I'm so sorry. I've been been asleep for the last like 10 hours today. But yes, okay. Either way, though, Saito manages to win on the very same weights Fuji's waiting on. So Fuji would have been able to head bump, but we've not seen that yet today. The luckier person won, and not by sitting in the right seat, but by actually drawing their tile. Looking at the start here, I'm not that excited about anyone right now, which does mean that everyone has a chance of building something really good. You can build value here, because you just don't have anything fast. Maybe we could talk about the pure sequence from Kojo, but that's about it, right? Everyone else is just a little bit too far away. But we'll see. We'll see. The next few draws could be very important for giving us a direction to go in. Or perhaps you could choose a direction when the hand's this kind of rough. I will say Saito has a double dependency on the 3 of Bamboo, which is great if we draw it because it's a Dora, but also it's going to be very hard to get 2 of those. Given the second anyone draws Dora, like Raul right here, it's not going to come out. Probably see the 2-4 at some point get cut to try and pull in at least one of those Dora, but not both. Not both. The 3 of characters here is actually quite useful, especially because we can build that pure sequence on the Pinzu side. But yeah, I think the person who has the best chance here is Kojo, one away. For the all inside, for the pinfu, for the chance of the pure sequence if we do draw the 6. Gonna really want that 6 of characters instead of the 9 for 2 extra hand, so definitely worth considering. This is sort of, it's good to draw the 4, but also you really wanted that 3. Do you really want that Dora? I will say though, having 3 of the 4 of bamboo does make things very fun, right? Because you now know it's gonna be very hard for someone to use that 3 of bamboo, because you know that there's not gonna be a 3, 4, 5 happening anywhere, or a 2, 3, 4. Probably. If you've got 3 of the 4s. And interestingly enough, still trying to keep it, that 3 of bamboo acceptance. We can maybe add in 1, 2, 3 mixture sequence to it. Why not? Speaking of the mixture sequence, 789 is available here, but
Aiuchi is also going for the outside hand.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we cut the 6. It's less efficient, but not only do we get the outside hand, we also get the pure sequence on 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9. I could go. Well,
This is one way I think we'll see maybe the 7 one. There it is.
Yeah. Relying on that 8 is probably the hardest thing, and we'll see if it pays off. We do have the first reach. 3-6 is going to do it. For reach, Pinfu, pure sequence on the 3 of darts. I don't think we saw a door in there. I could be wrong, but we'll find out very soon. And it is going to force a fold. Is it from Aiuchi? She is the one in last place currently. It's still the East round, but she is the one in last place. Sort of a hedge, right? Cutting the 8 does still let us go for the outside hand if we do draw into Tenpai.
Yes, sort of a mawashi. A bit of a mawashi.
Yeah, this is technically Tenpai for Saito, but have to cut the 5 of bamboo to make that happen. And that's just too much to ask during the reach. The 8 has, you could argue the 5's not as bad, right? Because we've seen the 8 of bamboo, it's safe to the reach, so it rules out the 6-7 shape. You've got 3 of the 4s, so it almost rules out the 3-4 shape. Because you don't, you know. Maybe I could justify cutting the 5, but no, not this time.
Aiuchi is actually from the city that I live in. She moved away a couple years ago. But her parents a Japanese sweets shop here in my city.
Oh, that's awesome. Have you been?
I have, yes. I think her father is like a bodybuilder.
There.
Like newspaper articles and stuff about his bodybuilding.
I do like the idea. Just a mental image of a bodybuilder running a sweet shop. That's great to me.
Yeah, this is exactly what it is.
Yeah, that's
It is
awesome.
exactly whatever you're imagining it would be.
Honestly, that sounds really fun. So yeah, definitely go check that out, I guess, if you're ever going to Japan. Why not?
Yeah, you can DM me. I'll tell you where to go.
But I get the feeling this might be going to a bit of a long one because no one is willing to push into this hand. This reach from the dealer, which is honestly makes a lot of sense. Actually, I think the reach from dealer was actually that bad. So let's just quickly check her weight. Yeah, 3-6 pin is not too bad. Gonna quickly check just in case I've miscounted things. Okay, so it's looking a little bit worse than I thought. Yeah, okay. By my count, that is a 1 tile weight. So this may go to exhaustive draw, or we may get that very, very lucky draw and see a somewhat. Just quickly triple check, just to make sure it's not 0. Yeah, I think there's 1 6 out there, so the pure sequence is not going to happen, but we could still see the reach pivot somewhat. If the stars align and the 1 tile that gets us there is picked up. Otherwise, going to be going to a repeat number 1 with a reach stick on the board. It's going to be a very exciting 1,300 points in the pot. That's our last 6. It's not coming out though. So this is going to go to exhaustive draw. Good win for Fujii though. Getting 3,000 points, being the only person tenpai. Technically 2,000, right? Because she had to pay a Riichi stick. But plus 2,000 for her, minus 1,000 for everybody else isn't a bad result at all. And if you win your Riichi stick back this hand, then even better. The new draw will be the 6 of characters. Thanks for updating that nice and quick. And we don't have any in here, but we do have a 5. So the Dora is still ready to be accepted. We've got a 1 right here. But the rest of the hand kind of needs a bit of work. Maybe we could angle forward towards a 6 of mixture sequence, something like that. See a lot of 7s in that hand. Got a long way to go. Yeah. Honestly, it's very easy to joke, right, about tempo points being big points, but they actually are, right? Like that's a 3,000 point swing
Yeah,
to your
especially when
opponents.
you have scores that are very close together, like the top 3 players at this table right now.
Exactly. So yeah, welcome on, by the way. Oh, interesting that we have a potential flush from Aiuchi. I don't know whether we're going to be seeing the 4 of characters being discarded. It is early, so maybe if you're feeling super greedy, but I don't think we're going to be seeing it coming out just yet. We'll see. Although that's another Pinzu tile. Maybe we cut the 2 of bamboo first, and then we think about the 4s like afterwards. I mean, I don't know. If we pair up the East or the White Dragon, I might think about it. Yeah. It's a little bit aggressive, but at the same time, you're in last place. So getting an extra 2 hand, 3 hand if you're going to do it closed would be very, very nice to see. And yeah, I was talking about the 6 of Sanchoku, but we're going to give up on that because it's just a little bit too far away. That 7 of bamboo does not help us. Now, this is where we actually have to make a decision. Yeah, okay. Pairing up a White Dragon or the East would be fine, but keeping 3 isolated single wind tiles, not what we're doing today. Now we go for it. Okay. I was curious to see if we would have cut one of the Owens there, but we did not. We'll have to see if it pays off. Speaking of things paying off, we do have 1 away right now for Kojo. Just for a normal hand. But if she manages to get to Tenpai and Riichis, we've seen a lot of people just turning into full defense a little bit. We've seen that quite a lot in this table so far. So a reach from Kojo. She gets there. That doesn't do it. But it would be potentially game changing. There's that south. Oh, if we kept the south, it would have had a pair. Alas, hard to know. Fujii is our first person Tenpai. She's only waiting on the 7 of characters, but Tenpai's Tenpai and a Riichi stick is out. And you know what? It doesn't take much to win with this, and it is going to force a little bit of defensive play from Aiuchi here. By my count, it's actually 3 7s out there. The only one we see is the one right here, so a 3 tile weight is not a bad reach, in my opinion.
She's
We'll have
playing
to
a little
see.
bit safe right now, but I think we might see a push if she. Oh, never mind. Wow, look at that.
I feel like I gave a bit of commentator's curse, but also, yeah, it wasn't a bad reach at all. So Fujii will claim her Riichi stick back, and a little bit of interest on it, taking first, no, not quite first place, but definitely very, very close. This is kind of the perfect situation for Team Laima, having the team in first place in last, and her in a position to take first. We could see a huge point reversal. I said it could be done in 2 games, but
Yeah, just I mean, 1,300 points right now would basically catch her team up almost all the way to first place.
this is what we want to be seeing on around 15 for Team WLC. Okay. It sounds easy to say it, and it's a lot harder to do it, but this is what we want to see.
I know.
How's that? Though Fuji's hand this time around is very, very good. Kojo's got Dora 2, which is very, very exciting for her. That 3-man pull is fixed one of the worst shapes in Fuji's hand. Yeah, She could easily be just on a bit of a dealer rampage here. We'll never leave East 3. Maybe. We'll see. Can anyone stop her? 7 actually is a quite interesting draw because obviously we have that door acceptance. But also, could see maybe there being other routes to more value. Maybe trying to get the Itsu perhaps. Not very like, I know that's way too far away. But still. Hand, I believe, is missing a pair, but otherwise 2 away from just being ready. We can be 1 away by the end of row 1. That's always a good thing to feel. And that will do it. 1 away at the end of row 1. With a good chance of it being pinned through, interesting enough, if we draw anything around the 7 of bamboo or that floating 6-man. The fact we drew our pair first is very lucky. That's not it, though. This also not it. Technically 1 away as well for Saito. But perhaps the value is not quite as high as someone who hasn't opened their hand already. But definitely worth fighting, especially for her team. Just wanting to try and deny Fujii a dealership. There's value in that. There's absolutely value in that. Kojo finally filling in one of the Kanchan shapes in her hand. And yeah, as I say, Aiuchi just needs to try and speed this hand up. She's going to call Yakuhai. This 3 I don't think helps us, unless I'm wrong. I guess it theoretically could help us fish for 2 weight, but having a good flow does the same thing. And actually, this is the first tempai. It was not the person I was expecting. Kojo waiting on that too. It's not the greatest weight, but it is the first person there, and that reach will potentially scare people off, especially when you've got this in your hand. Yeah, so we're going to see some defense here.
Which means that it's very unlikely that Fujii will continue as dealer this hand. Hello, Mr. Rainbow in the chat. Welcome. We are very glad you're here.
Yeah, so far we haven't seen like the huge hands. But we've seen very important points, I think. But either way, this could always change. Any reach can always be big points. I do like how there's still a chance that Fujii gets back into this hand. She's not completely given up. She's just taken a step backwards, right? But it's going to be tough. Either way, though, I'm just doing a bit of a count on how many tiles left for Kojo's Riichi. We see at least 3 of the 2 of characters out there. But there's one of them. Deal's in. I was not expecting that deal in. But there we go. Did not flip Eridora, but still nothing wrong with a good reach only, especially when there's 2 Homba, 1 Riichi stick on the table. Oh, sorry, Riichi stick. Take it back. But still, nothing wrong with that at all. And give it a direct hit. It's a great news for Team Jankatsu Master. Shooting ahead into first place. You know what? That is big points. any win that gets you first place, even temporarily, is big points, in my opinion. So Adora is going to be the 6 of characters. This is maybe a flush, but we'll have to see. I'm looking at this. I'm seeing the very sort of awkward and hard to use shapes. So we got the 6-7 pin, so maybe that's not quite as bad as I thought it was. But it's good to have some work to make that work. In the meantime,
Open-ended weight is gonna work against the flush, actually. This.
Yeah, I kind of like Kojo's hand.
No, it might be worth going for Tateniu with this hand just so you can call, because the shapes are there's 2 open-endeds, but not easy shapes to work with. So I think we might see that pair of Wests come out.
I could definitely see that. I think it's a similar kind of situation right here in Kojo's hand as well. Although right here we've got a 799 Sand Shocker that's brewing. Doesn't have to happen, of course, that 9 of Battle Dots could be our pair. But we do have a 789, 789, and a 79. So we're only 1 away, technically, from Sand Shocker, as long as we draw a pair elsewhere. So that's pretty exciting. Oh, there's the 8! Even better. Okay. Now we have a decision to make. Do we force the outside hand? Do we go for the Jun-chan? Or do we just cut 3 or so first and see? Like, buy ourselves a little bit of extra time. Hands going to Value Town, though, for Aiuchi. And this could be very, very big. Was that? Oh, that's the one tie we didn't want to see. That makes things harder. You could take this Tenpai. But we don't have to. You don't have to keep it, right? You can cut the 6 of bamboo and just take this Tenpai. You don't have to reach. Oh, I'm not even taking the Tenpai. That's very interesting. I would have been very much thinking about forcing the fully outside hand there,
I
but
think me too. But I guess because they're two, maybe she's hoping for just the Sanshoku. And I don't
mm.
know. I was thinking maybe there's a full straight there that she's hedging, but I don't see that.
So well, thank you so much for supporting our channel, Mr. Rainbow. Thank you. Also, getting into that prize to maybe try and win a signed T-shirt from Jenn and the other 2 Team Curiosity players.
Yes, the drawing will happen, I think, in 2 days, so make sure you get in there before the end of the month.
But
I
yeah,
think the
thanks for
odds
supporting
are
the channel.
really good right now, so it's probably the best odds you're ever going to have for winning the prize. And of course, your membership will carry over to next month as well, and you'll be eligible for the, if you're a member at the end of next month, you'll be eligible for the Tao as well. A special world champion Kotaro Uchikawa Tao.
Sounds good. So yeah, we have seen that we have a Tenpai from Aichi, but it's just not quite as exciting as the one that we could have maybe tried to work towards earlier. But it is a Tenpai, waiting on the 9 of darts and the 6 of bamboo. With this, we have now confirmed the Sanjoku, though, waiting on the 7 only, but not only get the Sanjoku, but we also get the Pure Sequence 778899. So a lot of value for Aichi. Not as much as if we had got the outside hand, but I'm not going to complain about a Sanjoku, especially with the Pure Sequence as well. Although I do think we see, what, 3 of the 7 of our dots, which means there's only one left, unfortunately. Oh, no, we see all 4 of them. Oh, that's quite sad. So it's going to be a bit of an ask for Aichi to win this. He's going to have to get it from someone else. But huge if she manages it. We'll see. We'll see. Honestly, though, from what we see on this table, everyone tends to fold when a reach comes out, so not always, but it's definitely a pattern I've noticed so far. The players here
Yeah,
are
risk
very,
return calculation.
yeah, unless you've got the best hand, and you know you've got the best hand, everyone tends to just like back away. No one's got a fighting spirit today. Maybe you've noticed that, and you're trying to like, okay, I'm going to want to reach now. You're going to fall to me this time. We'll see. But yeah, with everyone else maybe folding, obviously we don't have. I see Saito could still be in it to win it. She's one away. But with everyone else taking maybe a little bit of a slower route, maybe, just maybe, this goes to exhausted draw. Aichi manages to claim a few points, and we move on to South 1. If Saito gets to Tenpai, that's also going to be a good result for Aichi as long as she doesn't deal in, because then she gets to have a dealer repeat, but also claim some Tenpai payments without the dealership passing over. So still got lots of time.
You did just cheat a Tenpai for Saito, yeah.
Yep, makes a lot of sense.
Waiting for oh, sorry. 5-8.
It is a much better weight from what I think, although actually it might not be as good as I thought it was. I think my count is 4 tiles. Oh, there's one of them. Wait,
Dude,
what happened?
Aiuchi won the hand from Saito. Saito had cheated Tenpai. Maintaining her
Okay.
tempai deals in a mangan hand to Aiuchi.
Sorry, I got confused because I saw the 5-pin, which would have dealt in to Saito, get knocked off the wall. So I was like, hang on, someone discard the 5-pin? No. Sorry.
Oh wow, look
Oh,
at it.
speaking.
Kojo already has a twin sequence in the Sozu. This has got to be a flush.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you could say it's twin sixes. You could also say it's Toy Toy, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be right now, but like
I mean,
you've got a
Suwanko.
triplet, so Suanko, yeah. We had someone one away for Suanko yesterday, I believe. Unfortunately, they dealt in because they had to play at a really unsafe tile to get that tempai, to get that Ishanten. But still, yeah, the scores are really
Oh,
even right now. Exactly.
in my session last week, in the last game, when the dealer had like, I think they had a six Renchon, 6 or 7 Renchon, the first dealer. And I was tempai for Suwanko once, could not get there. Yesterday, I was like 1 away from Suwanko 3 times in my last game, I think.
I need to learn your powers because I never get even close to Yakuman. I always
Well,
give up way too early. I need to figure out how not to do that.
I mean, these are when you have certain wing conditions, then you have to get
Okay.
a lot of points, so you're aiming for it specifically.
Hmm. Okay. So here I thought you were
Yeah.
just stumbling upon Yakuman hands.
No, you have to you very much have to aim for it in those situations.
I can't walk like 2 or 3 steps out of the door without finding a Yakuman hand just lying around, you know?
Find a Yakuman, pick it up. Then all day you'll have good luck.
Yeah. Speaking of flashes, though, we should also be talking about how Fujii's building a flash in the character suit, not just the Bambi suit flash we're seeing from Kojo. So it's the battle of the suits.
Yeah, like Mr. Rainbow
I
says, just so even in the scores right now. It's almost like the South round didn't even happen.
sometimes games are like that, yeah. You're just like, oh, I guess we're just playing at East only now. Okay, cool.
What were we doing for the last hour?
Something to keep in mind though is, of course, the team scores haven't. They're a little bit more important, right? We got those team scores. We've got, as of right now, the team in last place. No, it's team second to last. They managed to get ahead. I apologize because Saito dealt in. Has a big lead. So anyone needs to get above those split team 2 players in particular. But we'll see. It's always fun to see how, even though the scores are this close, because of that huge bonus for first place, if you look at Kojo's score, she's going to be going from -74 to -33. A huge jump in the lead. Well, a jump closer to the lead. Just because that first bonus is huge, even if you don't have a high score. Anyway, it's time to look back at these flushes that we were seeing going on. Kojo's managed to get a little bit closer, but she's still not quite there. Fujii also getting a little bit closer, but still not quite there. I will say, Saito is 1 away. Oh, hang on. This is not Tempai, but it's 1. Wait, I missed something. This is Tempai. I take it back. Waiting on either the north or the east. North being the door, of course. So, potentially, very scary hand if someone is willing to play Dora. We'll
Yeah,
deal
I
into Kojo.
feel like she wasn't maybe. I guess if you're gonna go for the full flush, then you discard Dora there, but I think maybe she was
Mm,
contemplating whether to reach or not.
I
But the
think
full
that's
flush is so
fair.
much more than Dora.
Yeah. Uh, It's the difference between, I guess, like 6-hand and then 5-hand, right? But yeah.
Oh,
So we're
she's
actually
gonna
going to open
cheat
up
for the
for the
full
full
flush.
flush, and now I'm going to
Interesting.
cut Dora. Yeah, okay.
I mean, with the full flush, then you have some other possibilities as well. Like I think she just cheated for full straight to go with it.
That's honestly very fair, yeah. I was going to say, it's again, switching out 5-hand for 6-hand.
It may be slightly easier to be discarded than the Dora.
Yes. Also, yeah, exactly. The weight upgrade is huge in and of itself. I kind of did see Fujii maybe cutting the door at some point in the future. I don't think she's going to do that anymore. I think she's going to keep it once cut on a once cut door tile as
Yeah,
a
but
sort
she's
of
going
trap
for
weight.
flush as well, right? So it's kind of easy for her to use. And it's her sea
Yes.
wind.
And everyone's. I mean, I know. I don't know.
Oh,
Oh,
that was only
but
because
it wouldn't have happened if we called. It would have been someone else's, right?
yep, exactly. It would have gone to Kojo.
And that 3 of bamboo draw has probably sealed Fujii's hand away. So now it's an open goal. Let's see if Kojo could walk it in. I say it's actually a lot harder to draw the tiles you actually need, but still, very nice weight. Very huge, large amount of value too. And I don't see anyone playing bamboo to this. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but you see that call, you see that discard pattern, and then you see the Dora discard. You're like, they're Tempai. I believe so. Yes.
Oh,
Let's
yeah,
go
yeah,
to
it
make
is a
sure.
6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, in the chat, there's the question. Yes, 6, 7, 8,
Yes.
9. When you
It's
have
always fun
pair,
when you
pair,
have.
triple, then it's always one below and all those tiles that you have for the weight.
Yes.
The pattern that you can kind of memorize.
Which is one of those things that's deceptively not as good as you might think, because even though there's 4 different types, you're carrying, you're carrying 7 of them, so still pretty good. But sometimes it's like, oh yes, I've got so many different tiles I can win on. Why aren't I winning? Wait, hang on. How many 7s are left? How many 9s are left? How many 8s are left? Ooh, and still though. I was saying Fujii was out of this hand, but actually, she can get right back in, waiting on the bamboo without having to discard it and risk dealing in. Big fan of this little shift here. Still one away, but at least you're only really worried about the flush. The two of characters is not going to be that bad to push.
Also, with Aiuchi's hand, a 6 or a 9 will get her the full straight in a Hanemon hand, but the 7 or 8 will not, and it will only be a Mangan hand.
Yeah. But you know, it would only be a dealer Mangan.
She's no dealer.
Wait, but
Be
Kojo's the one doing the flush?
a South player.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait, oh no, you're right. It is Kojo. I keep saying
Yeah.
Aiuchi. Why was I saying that? Oh my god.
It's okay.
I was thinking it was Aiuchi for some reason. That was Kojo. All right.
It looks like Kojo's not going to be able to pull that win
See,
eventually, though.
my glasses.
Honestly, I did that earlier. Did it help? It might have helped. I'm not sure. So after all that, Kojo only getting 1,100 points. It's still 1,100 points. It's going to make her lead just a little bit bigger. But dang, you got to be at least a little bit disappointed. When you get the potential flush, well, you get the full flush, you get the potential straight, as you say. At one point, maybe even that North weight, but no. Let's not think about what could have been, and look at the fact that she's still in the lead. She's still got leadership, and she's opened this hand up with a pair of the White Dragon. It's actually pretty good. Everything is looking up Kojo right now. So, in the meantime, though, Fujii right now with the 1-2-3 soundtrack with maybe the outside hand as well. A lot of value on this table if someone can finally find a way to convert it into actual points. This hand is awkward. I'm thinking maybe I can make 7 8 9 soundtrack. Maybe that pair of 8 pin doesn't have to be a pair, but we'll see. Good fill in for Aiuchi with that 7 of characters. Honestly, there weren't many of those left to draw, so it's good that she managed to find one in time. Nice and early, too. And that's just twist between the 2-4 or the 6-7-7. Takes the 2-4. I think I like that quite a lot, especially because the 2 is draw, of course. You can see some aggression here. Puts Aiuchi 1 away from ready. With that Dora, not a huge amount of value, but she's in second place. And honestly, her team will be very happy with the second. If she can get just positive score, I think Team Mahjong Pro Keirinbu will not be too upset with that result at all. And if we match with Dora, even better. So we'll see. Upgrade to that 579 hidden inside a 567. It got a bit of overlap. It's not as good as just a 579 on its own. But always good to look out for those hidden advanced weights inside another shape. So we tempai though for Kojo, waiting on the 7 of characters. I believe for White Dragon only. I have to quickly check to see that if there's anything else there. She is dealer though. And this is where things get interesting, because now we have a pair of the Dora. Not willing to play the 4 of characters, so taking a slightly slower route. But one that does let us use both those Dora. So good value for Aiuchi Mao. 1 Dora? Yeah. 2 Dora? Yes. Yes. That's something to get excited about. And it's a slightly wider one away now, having drawn that 8 of characters. Lets us theoretically even consider calling the Dora if it does come. For Dora 3. Big jump in value. The 3-hand to 4-hand jump. But it's already over. The 7 comes in. No real value, but Kojo manages to continue her leadership and takes a few more points away from everybody else. Yeah, exactly. I don't think her hand was that good no matter which way she did it, so just taking the dragons and getting that tempai as early as possible just to get into the redeal while you're still there, I think it's perfectly fine. The value of that hand was not the value she won, it was the value she denied other people.
Yes.
And now...
defensive wins are very important.
Yeah, definitely another thing I need to work on sometimes. Or at least something I say I'm working on. I think I'm just too aggressive all the time anyway, but we'll see. It's been a while since I've actually probably studied my plan. I need to criticize myself sometimes. Anyway.
I mean, the value
either
for
way.
the value in continuing as dealer is also really big. So
Yep. Absolutely. Repeat 2. True. I wonder how far we can take it. Let's see if Jankatsu Master can have an amazing game and convert this into a win. The start looked okay, but let's look at everyone else first. Ooh, 3 pairs. Might be considering going for 7, but for now, just keeping the 2-4 in case we do manage to get any sequences or anything that could become a sequence in the near future. But yeah, it looks like Aiuchi has probably the strongest hand right here. That chance of the pure sequence, chance of Itsu as well in the bamboo suit. Missing Chiral to that, but obviously, well, that's pair number 4. But yeah, the Itsu for Aiuchi could be very, very workable. Now I have to make a decision. 4 pairs. She's going for it! Respect. Respect. Following the Chitoi way of abandoning sequences entirely as early as possible, trying to look for good weights. Oh, and being rewarded for it. We're doing a little bit of masking. Don't want to make the hand look like we're going for like a flush or like a chanta or anything like that. So we're going to cut at least 1 on a tile, but keep the others. Hopefully not backfire. Do love a good Chitoi. This 6 has to go though, yeah, exactly. And if we cut 6 really early and end up waiting on the door, and we somehow haven't made our hand discard look like a pairs or triplet spaced hand, maybe it'd be a very interesting wait. But yes, everyone else is going to be trying to stop that though. Fujii is calling for all inside, just getting a nice quick hand. There are 2 Honbas, 600 points available to whoever wins this one. The Dora pull for our dealer is going to be very usable. Oh, and that's actually Tempai for this 7 pairs half. Sorry, Chitoi Sorry answer. I agree. I agree. It's one of my favorite Yaku. I don't go for it as often as I maybe you might think based on how much I love the Yaku, but it's really fun. But yes, Aiuchi is Tempai now, waiting on the 1. We also have Saito, who's also trying to make Chitoi, and is also waiting on the 1, which means we might have a bit of blocking each other. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. If Saito draws that 1 bamboo, there's only 1 left in the wall, then Aiuchi has nothing left to win on. Or we could have 2 players waiting on the same tile. It's happening. 1 of bamboo is the danger tile today. It deals into 2 different 7 pairs hands. There's only 1 left. Oh, are we going to see a weight switch? That would be very disastrous
It
on the
would, but what
advancing
else would
turn.
you do? This is. Oh, wait. Wait. Mm, oh, so the Dora indicator was like there's light shining on it and it looked white for a second.
Yes, no, yeah, it's the full run
The
there.
actual
But you
Dora
are
is
right. There
5,
is.
so it is.
Oh, we're going to see a Chitoi Tenpai deal into another Chitoi Tenpai. Oh no, that's so sad. But I will at least say that Saito's Chitoi did not have Dora 2, unlike Aiuchi's. So a little bit lucky, unless we flipped her, I didn't actually see.
Did have 2 of the green dragons, so Aiuchi wasn't going to win anyway, even if that wasn't the deal in tile. Or probably wasn't going to.
But yes, I it's almost like this where you see a Chitoi Tenpai dealing into another Chitoi Tenpai. They could have chosen the same weight. It would have been even more crazy. But no. Moments like this probably happen more often than I think, but also I only ever see them when I'm commentating high level games, I feel like sometimes. Especially near the end of events. Either way though, it's a relatively cheap hand, all things considered. It's not great for Aichi at all. But she has leadership. She still has a chance. She's got that pair of the Green Dragon, which honestly is probably slowing this hand down more than anything else because we either have to cheapen it or win with a reach, which is going to be the tough part. But otherwise, Green has come out. It's probably not going to get called. But I could definitely see the second one getting called if the chance arises. So if that comes out. Oh, I thought it was going to happen, but no, not quite. In the meantime, what's everyone else trying to build here? Nothing too special from Kojo's side, just trying to get to a ready hand. Same thing over here for our dealer. Like one away though, from a really bad weight, but one away nonetheless. And I did say a really bad weight, but if it does include the Green Dragon and that sort of bloated 3 of bamboo, that 2-3-3-4 shape, at least the Green Dragon's one's cut, right? So it's not going to be the end of the world. Did I say one away? It's now one away. I misread that. My apologies, but yes, one away now with that final upgrade. That's not Tenpai though. Yeah. Bit awkward for everyone here. Just swapping the 7-7-8 for a 3-3-4.
Yeah, it gives a little bit better Dora acceptance for the 6.
Yeah. Otherwise, kind of just feels like everyone's stalled out a little bit. I'm excited about this 4-5-6 Sand Shocker that could be real from Saito, but it's just a little bit far away. You never know what the next 3 draws could be, but it's a little bit far away, you know? 2-3-4-5-7 changes the 7-9-9 into a 5-7-9. Hopefully completing a sequence. Similar kind of situation here. I think the count 5 is perfectly fine to get that 4-6-8. And the chance of a pinfu. Not taken though. It's just kind of awkward. There aren't really any. There are no good shapes here. There's nothing we want to keep necessarily. Everything's just kind of. Do we take one bad shape or another bad shape? Ooh, two characters fill in here could mean that we end up changing to pinfu from Kojo's perspective. But it's still got a ways to go, sadly. I think you have to cut the 7, right? Yeah, we're hoping secretly for the 4-5-6 Sanchoku, but realistically 4 pins our pair. Just have to set it back if we're going to be attacking. And it's at this point where everyone starts to wonder, okay, well, I'm not Tenpai. are the other players on this table. Because if I don't think I've got a good chance of winning this hand, maybe I don't want to be taking any risks. I'm still going to be a little bit aggressive. No one's really called anything other than that one call. With the second call here, we kind of have to assume that maybe she's Tenpai. And it is the dealer, waiting on 3 and 6 of characters. Finish this hand off. Which is honestly kind of bad news for everyone else here. Because most of the 3s and 6s are all being held. Yeah, we see 4 in other players' hands. Actually, that does mean that there's still going to be 4 left to draw. Maybe we see the dealer claim a few points. Aiuchi getting a little bit back and then going again in South 2 Repeat 1. We'll see. I do see a turmoil happening though, with 4 tiles out there. Unless there's actually one of them in her own call. Maybe it would only be 3. Okay, that juices it down by another 1 though. Gonna be able to cut the 1. Maybe if we're lucky, get all inside. I could also just see some very aggressive reach. The second moment hit Senpai. We'll see. That's not the 3 or the 6. We saw the Manzu. Got excited for a second, but no, not quite. That's not quite Tenpai either. You're teasing us. Aiuchi, you're teasing us. In the meantime, though, Fujii currently 1 away. It's not a good 1 away. Speaking of, 1 away. Also applies here. Oh no, we're actually going to take the Tenpai, just waiting on the 7 of darts for a pair weight. It has been discarded twice already. But it also means that we can probably swap it out for something else. Second, we get a better weight. Are we okay? Is that the wall? Okay. This is a bit tough. She has no one's actually declared reach out, so we have to play with 2 calls. But I wouldn't be that afraid of them necessarily, especially if I see that I've got one on the door. I haven't seen any of the other 3. But the 3 is a Dora Suji, so if we do end up dealing into a 3/6 weight, that would be pretty unfortunate. Either way, though, this probably will end up going to exhaustive draw. I was not able to commentate his curse this one into a sumo this time.
Is it a curse or a blessing?
Honestly, yeah, fair. But I do like how at least Kojo's managed to get back into Tenpai. It's not a Tenpai she can realistically win, but she's going to claim that Tenpai payment. And she's going to get an extra 1,500 points.
And she definitely needs to continue as dealer right now with her point position.
Yeah, Aiuchi getting that Tenpai as well is very, very nice. Absolutely. Well, we'll see. We'll see if Kojo keeps her Tenpai right here. Chooses to break at the last minute. Okay, take it back. Take it back. 4/7 is too much. Understood. In that case, it will be just 1 person Tenpai. That being our dealer. 3,000 points. Honestly, more value than the hand would have been worth had she won it. So that. Because yeah, I think with her last upgrade, the last draw there, she would have got an extra door, which would have increased value a little bit, but it was just Green Dragon otherwise. But now Aiuchi is not out of last place just yet, but in a position where maybe she can make that happen this hand. Even if she just gains 1 or 2 positions before the end of this match, it's going to be huge for her team because she's the team with everything to lose. So we'll see if you can keep your lead or even extend it, perhaps. With the dealership left over, anything is possible. Looking at Kojo's hand, I'm always thinking about 789 Sanshoku. I know it's really bad, but we've got the 789, we've got the 789, we've got the 7. Maybe we draw the 8 and the 9 in the next 2 draws. You never know.
Just need one of them, you can reach with the other. There's a 9.
That's 9. Yeah, sorry, I missed the fact that we actually need the 8 of bamboo as well. But still only 2 tiles. 2 tiles for 2 hand is not a bad thing, especially this early.
I mean, you only need one
Always
of them
go.
for Tenpai. and then you can wait on it.
Yeah, exactly.
With her position, she can also pawn the white dragon
Hmm.
and hope for Sanshoku, but she doesn't need it.
Yeah, exactly. It's good to have the ability to go cheap, right? As long as you just deny other people the win, that is perfectly fine when you're in the lead. Although points do matter. So a 33,000 point win is going to be obviously 30 points less than a 60,000 point win. So if you just keep winning, it will be reflected in your score at the end of this match. And yeah, as you say, going to be opening that up for the Sanshoku. But still, as you say, can be Sanshoku and the dragons for 2 Han. And then this dragon, it's going to be Tenpai for Kojo, waiting on the 8 of bamboo. Honestly, it's a pretty hard thing to read, I think. But it's Sanshoku. Unfortunately.
Even if they can read it, it's probably going to be like, well, it's 2,000 points. We're not sure exactly. Oh, never mind. We're just
Yep,
going
no, I was about to say,
to
unfortunately. I'd love to see a close one Kojo. See if she flinched at any point in time. No, just staying really calm and collective. Yeah, that's good discipline right there. I might have flinched a bit. When you see
But when you're
your
the
weight get
one
canned away.
doing the con and and
Hmm.
you open up like Tenpai at the end and see their weight and just totally block their weight, it feels good.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And there's still a chance to change things up. Probably don't want to break tempo at this point, but if we draw the 6 or if we pair up the 7 or the 9, there are ways we can get into it another way. We can also just pawn our pair to then wait on a Tanki that actually has some tiles left. Lots of different ways you can get back into a good tempo. Having said that, though, we have just seen a reach from Fujii, which sort of puts this hand into a bit of a bad spot, right? Especially with 2 error flips. You don't want to be the one dealing into this. And yeah, we are going to see, at this point, a little bit of a step back from Kojo. Just a little bit of one. So this weight is going to be 3-6. The 6 pin is not only the Dora twice, but also gives the Itsu. And we have just drawn it in here. It's not going to get played. There is 0 chance that we're going to see this 6 pin get played. Unless you can somehow really get into your own head and be like, well, it's technically we see 2 of them, right? If we see a third 5 out, it's the door indicator twice. No. Don't get into your own head about that. But still, this 3-6 weight could be very exciting.
I'm excited about it.
Yeah. I think it's 2 and 2. So 4 tiles remain. 2 are that huge win. It is going to be fighting a 6-6 of the pairs for the bamboo and the Manzu suit in a counter reach, which I should start counting as well. There's another one of our 6s. Only one left. But also, really exciting for Kojo having Dora 2 now. Sorry, Dora 4. Yeah. Suddenly, someone who might not have been willing to push, and maybe a little bit more willing to push. I don't know. I'd be thinking about it
Really
with
far
Dora
away.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to push, but it's kind of like with what?
There's the one left. There's the one left. And we flip her a 2. Oh my goodness. So Reach, Itsu, Pinfu, Dora,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh yeah, 3 mon is the Uradora.
Yeah. That is
No,
the power of
huge
Khan,
for
everybody.
Fujii. That's exactly what she was looking for.
And you know what? We were talking about this earlier, but maybe. Yeah, exactly. If the game were to end right now, we actually have a reversal in a single match of our scores. With Team Laima potentially having an 88.8 point lead. It's very close between them and Mahjong Pro Keirinbu. But still, maybe in one match,
That's
this
yeah,
entire
she's
thing.
get up to first place with Team Keirin in last place. That's
Yeah,
all it
I
takes.
so I say during the intro, I think I said it could be 2 games. I didn't realize it was going to be just the one potentially, but you never know. I guess it's on Aiuchi to try and make this comeback, though. She has no leadership left over, but 2 hands. Even if she gains a position, it's not. It's going to be enough to get back over in the overall leaderboard. Yeah, that counts crazy. Yeah, it counts crazy. But okay, what are we looking at right now? Adora is going to be the red dragon. We do have one right here. Maybe going for a flush for our dealer. I'll be definitely thinking about it with that pair of Easts. We'll see. We'll see. Could be thinking, can I open this up? Can I get this Dora to work as well in my hand? Maybe if I go for flush, I could see it happening. Dora here as well. But it's going to be one situation like where everyone has one and no one is going to be willing to play it. So it's going to be a little bit slow for everybody. But the second we see that first Dora, maybe things are going to start exploding. Or the second someone pairs it up. Either of the two. You know, looking at Kojo's hand right here, she's the one who has the best chance of getting first. This isn't a terrible result for her team, of course. She's gaining a lot of points on first place, but doesn't really want Fujii to get ahead with it either. Doesn't want anyone to pull too far away. Looking at Sato's hand, maybe we're going for 7 pairs, maybe. Doesn't have to be, though. A lot of our pairs are together, so we can use them as part of sequences.
Yeah, any
Speaking
win
of...
for Kojo will keep her within that sweet Mangan range of first place that we always talk about.
Yep. Interesting from, what was it? No, I think it was Saito, who has a chance of maybe getting 7 pairs, but also has just, I think, a pair of Yakuhai, so she can just speed along otherwise. Yeah, looking at Fujii, I said to you, oh, there's the last for the Red Dragons. Does everyone have one of them each? Oh no. Oh no. A 4-way. Oh no, not quite. We only see 3 of the Red Dragons, but still. Everyone slowing each other down just a little bit by having a little bit of what everyone else wants.
I demand.
It really is. Looking at Kojo's hand, I guess there's still a chance for the Sandshock as well. There's a lot of value here. 2, 3, 4, or perhaps 3, 4, 5. Both are still accessible. And there is another pair. We're going for pairs now. And has changed for Aiuchi to pairs, possibly triplets. Although it's a bit late to draw in those triplets. You never know, though. Yeah, Kojo. Wait, we're looking. We're changing camera back to Aiuchi. Yeah. It's close to 7 pairs. It's also close to just a normal hand. So we'll have to see what tempo she manages to find. I'm sure she will before the end of this one. Yeah, just going for a normal hand here. Desperately trying to keep this Dora. Pairing up the 5 after discarding the pair of 4s. Yeah, not helping, not helping. But Aiuchi just desperate to find this. 1 away, 7 pairs. Actually, I'm curiosity. What's going on with Fujii's hand? Is she getting 7 pairs herself? But 7 pairs with a half flush and Dora too? Is that what's going on there? I need to quickly check that and make sure that that's. I noticed the hand was building up to be that half flush, but also interesting. If we
Is that
manage to
just
make the
like
7,
bullying at this point? When
it. I think that's a
first
good. You
place
can make a
doing
case.
she's already tempai.
Yeah, Tenpai. Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to play the Red Dragon. There's only one left to draw, of course. But if someone does play it, they're in for a very bad day. I hate to say it. I'm just, you know.
And that's why she's not reaching, I think.
Well, yeah, of course.
Aiuchi's in a place where she might have to discard it.
I mean,
Kojo's
we've
in a
got 7
place where
hand, right?
she could possibly discard it if she has a hand that she thinks is good enough to. And actually, her hand, if it were to tempa, I think might be good enough to discard that Dora. if there's in a situation where there's no reach on the.
But Fuji's got 7-hand armor, so there's no reason to reach, right? You don't need to bump down to 8.
No, absolutely. Yeah, you definitely don't need to reach here.
I mean, it'd be fun to bump it to 8. Maybe if we're lucky, 10. But it's 7. That's good. More than happy to swappy doppy the north and hope that people think you're still not quite there yet. Well,
I
you
mean, if
just
she
hit Senpai.
draws it, it's already Baimon, right?
That too, yeah, with sumo, exactly.
So
Where's that last red dragon? Don't tell it's in the dead wall. Tell me at least we're going to see someone draw it. Even if it's not Fujii. I want to see it drawn by somebody. Don't have to deal it. I just want to see it. That's all. I think we're going to go to exhaustive draw without the red coming out. It's a very good disciplined defensive play there. Oh, there it is. Okay.
So you have closure. Chiral got
I do
his
have closure.
closure.
Yes, absolutely. This was doomed. It was never going to succeed. But I respect the attempt. Very nice 7 pairs hand from Fujii. This has been the day of 7 pairs. I mean, yesterday was like that too. I don't think anyone actually managed to win 7 pairs, but there were so many players who were tempai for it. Maybe the table today has just decided, I'm going to just give everyone lots of pairs. I don't know what's going on with that. Harrison gave me a lovely conspiracy theory about how if you just put the tiles back in the table and they're all paired up, then they're more likely to come out paired up too. I don't know if that's necessarily a true conspiracy theory. I'm curious to see what your opinion on that is. Have you never noticed that the auto table just deals pairs constantly?
It's way more than my liking, obviously, but
Okay, but I mean,
uh,
like, kind of, if it happens once, it happens again and again and again. Is that the...
yeah, I don't have much to compare it to. Is that not what that doesn't happen in hand shuffling?
Apparently, it does too. If you don't shuffle it well enough, obviously, it makes sense. But yeah,
I, is that what that means? It means you're not shuffling well enough. It's not just something that happens.
I think again, it could be. Also, as a pair-based flow.
It
Okay,
sounds like
okay.
a conspiracy theory to me.
It probably is a conspiracy theory, but also, I'm curious to see what a pro's opinion on that is.
I think that the auto tables uh,
I'm pretty sure they probably
shuffle
shuffle pretty well.
plenty.
Yeah,
I definitely prefer everything auto because I just want to play as many hands as possible.
absolutely. And speaking of playing good hands, I believe we have Fuji's one away already. No, not Fujii. Saito? Yes, right here. This hand is so close to complete. Even taking a bit of maybe a slower route just to add all inside for it because you've got the time. Don't respect that from Blossom Quintet. And their player. Although, yeah, everyone else is trying their best. Fujii trying to keep his D-ship going, but I have a sneaking suspicion that if Saito gets 2 or 3 more good draws, and there's so much acceptance that that's likely to happen, this hand could be over very quickly. That's not it, though. And Fujii has just drawn the 4th 7 pin, which means this 8 pin in Saito's hand is going to be very useless. I may even see a Khan potential. Not that Fujii needs to be Khanning. She's in first place, but if she's Tenpai and she feels confident about her hand, maybe, but we'll see. We'll see. She's not quite there yet, though. But, 2 away.
Always such a tough call. Do you want to give the other players more Dora and a chance to catch up with you? Or
Hmm.
it's not, it's almost, I don't know. In this situation, I think it's the most difficult to decide when to
I
con and
agree.
when not to.
In this situation, we did draw the 6 pin, which now means the 7 is a triplet and also part of the sequence. So no Khanning here. Just going to reach instead. But yeah, absolutely. I think we also saw, I think recently, in the last game, people canning not necessarily for flipping Dora, but just to add extra food to their hand. Because we had situations where they needed those extra mini points to actually be able to get an overtake position. It was very interesting in certain games recently. The kind of thing that you really should be thinking about, but oftentimes you're like, okay, can I bump my hand up to 10 extra food? Is that enough? it's a tough call sometimes,
It is.
but the kind of thing that we expect people at this level to be thinking about, of course. With the reach on table, this is a tough situation for Kojo. Like, she's in second place, so she doesn't want to be the one dealing in, right? Kojo technically benefits from Fujii winning off someone else, although
Win
not
herself.
as exactly. Oh, and that's time. Okay. So we actually did our full 80 minutes, and then we finished the hand, and we played one more. So this match has ended on time with Fujii in the very good position, 53.9 plus. Second place for Kojo, well played to her as well. And Team Jankatsu. Saito in third for Blossom Quintet. And finally, Aiuchi in fourth. The one player who didn't want to take a fourth at this point. But, there's still time. 5 games left. We saw a reversal, though. A reversal in that lead.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that to happen in one
That's
game.
like what we've been waiting for. I think it hasn't happened as often as I would like, especially for C team. But wow, way to go, Fujii. Especially after I think she did feel like that 3 weight, choosing 369 weight instead was sort of a mistake. It looked like it in her expression, and what a comeback after that.
Yes.
Let discards like that or backfires get you flustered. As long as you have a dealer turn and you get it. Poor Konami did not get her, or Saito did not get her last dealer turn. As long as you get your last dealer turn, there's always a chance.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, that's I guess the curse of being in the North Sea, right? Sometimes, especially if you're playing on a table with a timer, you might not get that dealership, and your chance to score huge points is passed by. But yeah, what a fun match. Very slow start, but it ended up exploding with some very big hands near the end. For me, it's the highlight of the 2 players being Tenpai on the 7 pairs. Potentially on the same weight too, but one player chose a different weight, which is perfectly fair. It was I think a once cut dragon. Perfectly fine choice. 9 times out of 10, that pays out. But this time, dealt into the Ipatsu, and I'm so sorry. You just gotta feel bad when that happens, right? For the player
Definitely
who deals in.
Bad, man.
Yeah. But all right, so I was gonna say between this game and the next, I guess we should talk about some maybe some sponsors, some things that are going on, maybe for WRC.
Yeah, we're gonna start doing readings between the games. So if you know anyone who wants to perhaps get their business read about, shoutouts on the stream, then have them contact us. But we have made some space for it. So what have we got?
Well, for this one, we'll be talking about, I believe.
First. Yes, the M League and World Reach 2026 US Tour. There's going to be a 2-day tournament in Vegas, fan meetings in both Las Vegas and New York City, exhibition matches in New York City. It's going to be so much awesomeness. Also, the World Reach pros are going to be involved in those exhibition matches and the tournament as well. Some of the World Reach pros in the US. Those names have yet to be announced who's going to be featured, but they will be there for sure. Also, I will be joining.
So I'll say there's one name I definitely see there that maybe you might want to be interested in if you're watching the stream.
Yeah, Hirano and I are mostly interpreters, but hey, we're also pros, so slap that ad. But Yumi Otani, who is on our WRC team for the Sankei Shimbun Cup, Hiroshi Yamai, of course, the 2014 world champion winner in Paris. Kotaro Uchikawa this past year's WRC champion, the current reigning champion. Of course, Mari Takamiya. Sayaka Okada is just a huge name in Japan, not just in M League, but everywhere. Megumu Aikawa, new M Leaguer from MPM. And Shoshiro Tori, I think the last year's whole winner, the JPML, and Yoshihiro Matsumoto. Just one of the funnest and awesomest M Leaguers. always has a smile. I think we featured him on one of the WRC videos as well when Tamash played in the Ranma event last year. So it
Yeah, I
should
think
be
we
super
put Matsumoto in Saito T Battle, right? I swear we recognize. I recognize the face. If it wasn't from Saito T Battle, it must have been from the WRC video. But yeah,
WRC video. And what was what you said before? I'm sorry.
I think it was part of Saito Team Battle.
A Psycho Team Battle. I can't
I think I
remember
recognize
if
the
it was
face in
there or
that.
not. Yeah, maybe.
Unless I've just played it on like one of the Roddles, maybe. I recognize that
Oh
face.
yeah,
I
that's
played
possible
the.
too. I think he was on Uotani's team before, I think. So that
okay.
would make sense as well. Yeah, so it's super fun. We're working on planning everything, so save those dates.
And yes, we're getting from chat. Emily, come to Brazil too, please. fair. I'm not the person to make that happen, but maybe Jen. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, send a proposal. I will translate proposals.
But yeah, definitely get involved. Also, I just probably should mention, are we casting that Las Vegas tournament on the WC channel?
That is the plan, yes.
Just,
And also the
just
exhibition
shouting that out.
matches too. So there should be lots of streams that weekend and the following
even
Monday
if you
and
can't,
Tuesday.
yeah, even if you can't make it, definitely consider just stopping by on our channel here to see some of the games live. Yeah, it should be good fun.
Yes. Also, don't forget to sign up as a member if you have the means to win a replica jersey. I think today, tomorrow is the last day to sign up.
Absolutely.
You
Signed
can
by
be a local
Fujii.
jonger. We have
And
the
definitely thank you for everyone who has signed up on the stream. Mr. Rainbow, I appreciate you. Appreciate all you. Those who signed up the stream and before, of course.
There it is, yes. Yeah, with my pigtails, the one time everyone at the table had pigtails, so I rushed to get myself pigtails as well.
You know, respect. Yeah, I like that.
So 3 channel subscribers will be in a drawing, or I'm sorry, will win a drawing. All channel subscribers will be entered into the drawing, and 3 men will win replica jerseys. We already have our 2 winners from the chat on the 8th, 9th of January. And next month we will have another promotion with a Kotaro world champion towel, which is they're pretty awesome. They're the ones that you can like tie around your head, or you can wrap around your neck, or one of the long towels.
Okay, I see. That's
Yep.
cool.
Very cool.
So yeah, look forward to that. It is cool, yeah. Is it going to be signed?
Very cool.
Although it's kind of probably...
They are signed, not in pen, but the image is signed.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
It's one of those pre-signed things.
Yes. How many forms of your autograph do you have, Mary? How many autograph things from Jen do you have? That was actually pretty impressive. I like that.
No, the towel is pre-signed. These jerseys are signed with pens by us,
Okay.
by the team. Yes.
Very cool. All right. But yes. So I guess it's time to talk about the next games. We have 2 more for you today. I will be heading out and being replaced with someone much better. It's Nathanael. Hello.
I would absolutely not say better. But
Oh, sorry.
it will be a fantastic game. Thank you so much, Kyle, for covering Game 1. And it was certainly exciting the way it ended up going. Hopefully Game 2 will be just as exciting.
Yeah, we'll see if
Absolutely.
Keirinbu can make a comeback, or if the other teams are going to claim that first place spot. Thank you, Cairo.
Yeah. Honestly, Keirinbu, they're only like 5 points behind right now, so it's not the end of the world for them right now. But it's all about Laima and see if they can do it. Anyway, yeah, I will leave you to it.
Very good.
Have a great next 2 games.
Thank you so much. All right, Jen, who do we have for game number 2?
Right, first dealer is going to be Marina Nagasawa, representing Keirinbu, so she's going to be trying to make up those points that Aiuchi unfortunately lost in game 1. She is from MPM, same as Aiuchi. In the south seat, once again, Konami Saito, we just saw her. From SPM, representing Blossom Quintet. In the West Sea, Haruna Nakazato, also from SPM, representing Laima. And in the North Sea, Misato, also from SPM, representing Jankatsu Masters. So we have a lot of Saikoi-sen players on the table here in this game.
Very good. Well, let's get right into the game.
The last game went to time. The players, they were playing pretty quickly, but they had so many continuances.
Is that something that you expect to see as we get closer to the end of the season? More continuances as players are more picky about the hands that they put together?
I don't know. It doesn't seem like it be because it seems like you should be also doing that earlier in the season as well. But
yeah, I guess I'm thinking that like maybe the teams that are behind might be forced to go for more and more expensive hands, and they might not be able to play for second anymore, play for just to get out of last anymore.
I think that most of the continuances come from players like trying really hard to stay dealer, which is something that you should be in the habit of doing kind of all season, but maybe a lot of players are more aware of it as we get closer to the end of the season.
So maybe not as much, less speed as other players try to go for huge hands, and more just maintain the dealership at all costs offensively.
Yeah, I think maybe Blossom Quintet will be going for bigger hands now, but I don't think even Sato is in a position where she absolutely has to just go for huge hands. So they have enough games left. You just have to get, I guess, when you're really far behind in the game, but just getting first place for these teams. So except for Blossom Quintet, maybe need some extra points. I mean, you don't have to have big hands to get first place most of the time.
Yeah.
It's faster hands, so.
It should be an interesting round as we have the East Wind as our Dora, and just about everybody has a single copy. So the question becomes, how long are these players going to hold on? And I suspect it'll be quite a while. We already saw a little bit of a backfire here for the dealer. The 8-so, 7-so, 6-so leaving the hand. You know, if you weren't forced to hold onto the Dora, you might have been able to hold the 8-so a little bit longer and retain that chance at the Kanchan fill. So, you know, it's a sacrifice to hold on to that lone tile, but the reward is so big that you really are quite obligated to hang on to it. Do you have Ishantem? Or the dealer, though? And if you're Tenpai, you're just going to slam it, I'm sure.
I didn't notice. I guess that Chiral read this, but I missed it. That Moody said he wanted the shirt to grow as Jenn's autograph collection.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry I missed that when Chiral said it, but thank you.
This is a funny looking hand. Can we move in the direction of Honoto? It will be 9-so. We'll hold the 1-2 mon. Penchan shape, edge weight. But if you draw the 1 mon, then you've got enough pairs to really consider. Wait for like all pairs, terminals and honors, or start to call poem. Get 22. Oh, there's the 1 mon. Well then, 2 mon out. Maximize our pair options. This could be a very funny hand, and it can use the East as well. If you found yourself Tenpai for Honoto Chitoi on the Dora, do you Riichi that, or do you Dama and hope that it filters out? Because you know players will be holding on to this tile. Oh, it comes out. Oh, and the 9-so, that would have been the perfect opportunity to sort of Dama and see if the East will filter out.
She hadn't all pairs. She had kept that 999 in case it became a Honoto Toi Toi instead of Chitoi. And that's why she discarded the 9. If she had committed to Chitoi, she might have kept it.
Yeah, it's hard, especially because she had the 1-2 mon at the time to play, you know, commit to the Chitoi. That early, I think, but
Oh yeah, I never wanted to commit to the Chisui. I definitely wanted to turn into Toy Toy.
we're gonna see Riichi come out, dealer in Tempai, and the 5, so not the greatest draw. So we'll dance a little bit. Start with the north wind, and then the east comes out. It's gonna be a little bit hard if she finds a Tempai to not play the 5, I think. But now the east has come out again, so that's the final copy. And that really reduces the value of the hand if you can't get the door 2 alongside. Still, oh no, it still adds 2 Han. So it's a matter of how defensive is she going to play. If she does draw to Tempai, will she play the 5 so out or go for the value? And I generally, if you are trying to fight against a dealer Riichi, certainly you want to be fighting with value to back it up. A little bit of a problem here. The west, I think, is just once cut. That's of course because there's the pair, the hand of Saito. Nakazato will continue to play relatively defensive with the 7 so cut. Well, he shoved them. Or Sato. She might be able to find a Tempai before the end of the round. Oh, the north again. Looks like Saito will not be able to make it this time. Kind of moving into folding territory. Sato has lots of safe tiles. That triplet of 6 so is all safe. So she has to consider the other player's hands as well. How good is the Hatsu here? Is the Green Dragon safe? It looks like it's not that scene, so... Oh, Tsumo, it does not matter. The hand will end with a dealer win. Each Tsumo Pinfu. 13 all for the dealer.
Not huge, but she gets to remain dealing and gets some of those points back for her team. The first place here would definitely put them back into first place with a bit of a buffer as well.
Yeah, I mean, the 5 so wasn't a hit, but it's still nice to pick up an early win as the dealer and get a little momentum on your side. Now, this Hypai features a triplet of the North Wind, a sequence containing the Dora, and a couple Kanchan shapes. So it's got a couple promising aspects. It needs some work. We'll start with the off winds and see what happens. A couple pairs in this hand, but nothing too dramatic. Or maybe a Pinhu. Oh, no, East paired up, so it's potential East Dora or Riichi Dora. And Sato has a triplet of the 7 mon, which is going to get in the way of this dealer's 2, 4, 6, 8 shape. Looks like a really natural move towards Tanya for Sato. Nakazato moving closer to Tempai. She had a pretty strong Hypai in terms of the shapes. And so she might end up being the faster players to Tempai, but Sato, Nakazawa, the dealer, also making progress, filling in the 3-mon Kanchan. Let's see, 1-pin pair. I'm just going to move away from the Kanchan 6-8 mon. Train that out for 1-1-3 pin, where of course you really want the 2-pin to be able to use the door. It would be sad to have to cut the door in the future. But you might as well hold that extra acceptance if you can. And another pair. So slimming down the shapes now and maximizing the efficiency of the ones that she has. And a completed set for Saito. Probably wants to end up on a shabo that uses the white dragon. However, it's got 3 pairs in the hand, so she'll cut away from one. Wow, beautiful 7-pin fill. That will be a Riichi also on the Shampoo weight. 9 so and East. Of course, East will give a little extra value here in the second round of the game. This is an Ishantam.
Looking for a pair. That North might end up being the pair, though.
Yeah, could be.
But and we'll see how she can do against this reach.
Speaking of pairs, that was Chito Ishantam, but not accepted. Not a lot of information to work with here, so she'll start with the North. Still could use the North as the pair later, depending on what she draws and what comes out from the other players. But it's likely that she will end up cutting all of the Norths in the near future now. Pin already was a little bit nervous about the 2-pin. 5-pin's not much better, so 1-pin's safe. Can use the 2-pin as the pair and again go pay later as your discard. We did see one of the 9 so get picked up by Sato in the North seat, so that means that none of the 9 so remain. We can also see the East has been discarded once as the first discard of Saito. And a call. Sato is going to make a play for it. Yakuhai Dora 1 waiting on the 2-pin. So relatively safe tile there. As you can see all copies of the 3 so twice discarded and twice held. So a full wall has been created. Sometimes the 2 so when you've got that wall, it still deals into like a shampoo weight. And that's actually the weight that the Riichi player currently has, but you know, it doesn't deal into a beyond mid-weight, a 2-sided weight, doesn't deal into the middle weight. So it only deals into Shampoo or Tonki. And you wouldn't really expect a Tonki weight. Oh, the 9 tried, but that will come out and be the winner. Riichi Dora 1. The home ball will move up to 2,900 points. Nakazato will take that directly from the dealer, so it's been a couple relatively small wins.
I guess to East, too. It's rough sometimes when you don't know what to do. The edge tile is kind of your best bet, but did not work out in this case.
Yeah, when it gets you a step close to Tenpai, it's worth considering sometimes. Wow, 6 so pair of Dora for Nakazato. Could be an expensive Tenpai this time around. 1 held for Sato as well, one of those 6 so. A number of pairs for Saito. Oh, Sato's going to open up here. That's the Palm can call the Chuna as well. And I'd be curious to see where the White Dragons are. Nagasawa holding the Haku. Dropping the Haku. There might be some left in the wall if Sato wants to dream a little bit. 1 here. We're going to see a follow cut. Are we going to play for Chitoi? There are 4 pairs now. If she pairs up one of the bond tiles, then you definitely have to consider it. Do you find yourself going for Chitoi more when you have Fujii pairs in your hand already complete.
Yeah.
I think it's just
mean-
harder to make shapes.
You can't make shapes out of them, and they feel a lot more dangerous as well when you're holding the Fujii. So many Fujii. Like, if I have all these Fujii, then people must want them.
Right? Even though there are two yamen shapes in the Monza, they also overlap, so it's... Ooh. We had a chance at 3, 4, 5 Sancho before. The dealer. Would be a fantastic way to fix some of those pairs into sequences. Wow, 6-pin, 6-pin, completely breaking up 4, 5, 6, 6. Going for it all. And not going to get a chance to really think about it because we've got a dealer Riichi. Just as the hands starts to make more progress. Is there any way you push on Ipot to turn both 4-pin and 5-pin? That seems like a challenge, but she'll try the 5. She has 2 6-pin blockers, and the 2-pin is Fujii, so that's a tough ask, but she's going for it.
She created her own Fujii.
Oh, unfortunate 5-mon draw. There's the Chi. Shantam.
Starting with the 3. Only going to discard that 4 if she is ready and locked in.
I mean, clutch pair of 6-pin cuts right before the Riichi. She'll get there. 4-pin safely exits the hand, and it's an 8-so and Chun shampoo weight. There's a third copy of the 3-pin, so this weight is actually extremely limited for our dealer. 9-pin will go through, but that is on the deal and Fujii line. 3-6 is still the weight. Little pause there. Hang on a second. My Kanchan just filled. Should I play this hand? Nah, it's not.
It's always Kanchan fill is probably the biggest temptation.
It happens to me all the time. I am, folding my hand. I've worked my hand to like 3 shanten, just terrible shapes. And then I feel the penchant that I thought I would never get, or the kanchan I thought I would never get. Oh, Chi, we're going to shift the weight to 4/7, so. Just making it a little bit wider. Let's finish the story. And then I draw, my fill. And I like look at my hand with new in a new light. Can I actually do this? And I realize, no, I've destroyed my hand already. There's absolutely no way for me to come back.
Yes, be a grown-up and...
Fold responsibly. Oh no, the tune! I guess she wouldn't have drawn that tile without the chi, but it is a little unfortunate. Okay, finds the 7 so immediately after. No tragedy here. Still Yakuhai Honitsudora 1, so the Mangan will come through. And that was an aggressive play. Sato decided that she was going to commit early on from a complete shape. And she said that 2 Han wasn't worth it. But she has a chance to play for the Mangan and got fantastic draws and found her way to the win. That's going to be a really big deal here at 32-7. Now for Sato and Team Jankatsu Master in the lead. That type of play, I'm really excited to continue to watch her hands develop in the rest of this game. See if she continues that type of aggression. Nagasawa with the East pair. And a singleton of the Dora. Saito, great Mon shapes. Would love to continue to draw up towards the full straight 1 through 9. Just missing a couple of the upper tiles. Ooh, Dora pair. Now pretty willing to open up for the East if I was playing the hand, really willing to open up on the door if that somehow comes out as well. Sato with that really awkward all odds in the pinza. Hopefully she draws some even tiles soon.
So generally when I call like a yakuhai, I don't like to call the first one unless I have, maybe if I'm dealer, or if I have a lot of Dora, or if my hand is already pretty well set up, like I have all the blocks sighted, things like that. But what sort of criteria do you have for opening your hand? With like just, let's say a yakuhai with no Dora.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think I acknowledge that, like, generally speaking, it's better to have some reason to open. Like, sometimes I'll open with the yakuhai and no extra value in maybe in weak shapes if I feel like the situation is really important for me to shut the hand down. So positionally, I think it's really valuable to do that. If I have decent shapes, that I'll also open sometimes, and if I have the door, I'll open a lot, almost always. But I used to open a lot more on yakuhai only, even with weak shapes. But I've moved more towards passing that first one now. Oop, each.
So you have to switch it up sometimes. If you always only do it in a certain situation, it makes your hand a little bit too easy to read if you play with the same people
That's true.
often.
I play with the same people pretty often.
Yeah, especially like Armal, a lot of those people we have
Exactly.
seen multiple times.
Fujii trap set on the second turn after the Riichi. But even if my shapes are too good, then I'll also pass the first one. Because if I think I have a really good Riichi chance, I don't want to cheapen my hand by opening too soon.
It's not called Dama Mahjong. It's not called Pon Mahjong. I guess that would be more relevant to this conversation.
Okay, all the door have been drawn at this point. I'm curious to see how many 7-pins left. We just saw 2 in the hand of Sato. 1 here for Nakazato. Gonna run out of outside tiles to play, so we'll try the 2-pin here. Not a guarantee by any stretch, but safe enough. 1 copy of the winner remains in the wall. At some point, you might just... It's going to be hard for Saito to actually get to Tempai with that lone copy of the Dora hanging out in the hand. So it's going to be a tough defensive challenge, I think, from here on out. Nagasato. Saito should be out. Now, Sato here.
Technically, one away.
Yeah, the Haku hasn't been... one's cut. So, a little bit of a concern. You know, where are the other 2 copies? But if she gets Tempai, I imagine you would jam it. Well, 9-pin. An efficient keep, but the 3 will come out and break the hand. As the Haku is revealed to be safe. Well, you could have known 1 turn sooner. At this point, it's just going to be an escape. So we are heading in the direction of Ryukyoku. So 7-pin draw for Nagasawa. And this will also be the dealership passing away from Nakazato. So new second place player, Nagasawa reclaims some points. We move into East 4. Sato will have the dealership. I am expecting her to, you were talking earlier about everyone, of course, recognizes the importance of hanging on to the dealership. But I'm inspired by that early aggressive play to believe that she's going to try extra hard.
And look at the scores right now. You look at the yellow scores as if the game were to end right now. She's a first place here. Could get her team just a few more points and could get her team up to 0, which would put their team in a great position with 4 games left to actually aim for first place in their group.
Yeah, I'm making a lot of ground just by nature of being first here, even if it's a somewhat of a tenuous one. So she really wants to make sure that that lead gets solidified on her dealership and also expand upon it, as you said, to gain more points for the team. And her high pie was really strong too. 1, 2, 3 mon, 6, 7, 8, 9 pin, and a couple other shapes set to go in hand. So really good chance to find an early tempi. Apply that pressure with the Riichi. There's Ishantam. 3 so filled, you get your choice of weight, but likely the 6-9 pin. If she drew 6-9 pin, presumably you just take that Riichi, even though it's Riichi only. Oh wow, the Dora Penchon fill. Great draw for Nakazato. She has a clear path to tempi as well. How about the 1 mon draw? This is exciting. If you think about Ipeiko, you could do something like the 2 so. If she liked the idea of the Kanchan 2-4, maybe you just give up on the Ipeiko, right? I kind of dislike the 1-1-2-2-3 shape in general, but it is value, right? And the hand has no value otherwise. So
I still like it better than the 1-2-2-3-4 shape. I think we talked about that
Yeah,
last
we
week
did.
on the JPML channel. But okay, and then yeah, you get the open-ended and the dots, and you can just let that shape go. And now she's got 2 options for pair and some extra open-ended options for her sequence as well.
Here's the tempi. It's not Pihu, but we'll take it.
Dealer reach, open-ended, dealer reach every time, I think. You don't have any Yaku. You have to put pressure on the table.
Yeah, I mean, if you're hoping to draw 3 so 6 so before the pin tile, so that you can get Pihu as well, the odds are just about equal, so you might as well just slam the Riichi now. Maybe you get E-pods
Yeah, I
instead.
think as dealer, if you're not dealer and you need extra points, I think it makes more sense to possibly wait for an upgrade, but definitely as dealer you want to put pressure on people as much as possible. Send all the decisions to them.
Every turn that you are not in Riichi is a turn that they are making progress in their hand and maybe passing a dangerous tile that you won't be able to win.
Progress. And also, anytime you have to make a decision in Mahjong, you have a chance of making the wrong decision.
That's true.
So if you're making your opponents make more decisions than you, like a decision against the reach, if no one's reaching, then it's a different decision, right? So you're giving them a chance to either mistakenly fold or mistakenly deal in, or
Yeah, that's an interesting aspect, the idea that you know, there may be other routes that you could take your hand if you wait. Or maybe, oh, there's a tsumo. We will see each tsumo and no ura. Just the 1,000 from each. The idea that the players shouldn't, you know, deal into you, or they should have a stronger hand than you. But just by applying the pressure, you can allow the other players to make mistakes, unforced errors in their evaluation of your hand compared to their hand. Sometimes you get rewarded just for making the Riichi. Nice So tiles and a completed Mon sequence. This is a fantastic hand for the dealer. 2-3-4 such a good chance for Nagasawa. A couple Yokohai pairs in the hand of Saito as well as completed 1-2-3 So. Nakazato completed triplet of 7 So. But Sato already has the one that she needs. This hand is looking even better now. The 5 So draw. There's a chance you work towards the straight. But I'm just liking the chance that we get the chance that the 2 So pair up, the door pair up. Get to use that. That's the pair for the hand. It's always nice to be able to incorporate more door into your hand. Saito has already opened up with the green dragon. She can also call the west in the future. Ishantam. I wonder if Saito is considering moving to the So flush. I guess it really depends on what you draw. The 4-6 So shape isn't too strong. If she draws something like 7 So or 8 So, I think I would definitely cut it away. But if you happen to get the 5 Mon immediately, you could just take your Tempai. And that's an interesting situation because we saw earlier in the game, Sato chose to break away from a completed shape in order to force the So flush. And ended up winning it as well. Or the Mangan, the biggest hand of the game so far. Okay, we have that spot where you get some extra acceptance by keeping the 6 Mon, but you also are losing acceptance in the Sozu if you allow that. So just keep good shapes everywhere. 2-5 So, 6-9 So, holding on a second Riichi. Nakazato waiting 2-5 So here. Currently Riichi only, but can win with the Dora. And we are going to see the West Pole into 4 Mon discard. It is another Sozu flush attempt. 3-pin, a little awkward, but hand's too good to
give up your dealership.
Yeah, exactly.
And, yeah.
As expected. Nagasawa here wants to get out. 7 Mon Suji. 3-pin cleared. A moment to go. And there it is, the 6 So. But unfortunately, that will be a deal-in. I guess there was the opportunity to play the 8 So instead. I wonder if that was a consideration. As is, that was the cheap side. The 5 So was not door in that instance. So we head to South 1. 8-pin Dora. Our dealer, Nagasawa, again, has a door connecting Kanchan, or door accepting Kanchan, I should say, but still need to grab it. Saito as well can use the Dora, maybe slightly better shapes. Nagasato, a lot of Kanchan, Penchan shapes. This is going to be tough. But she does have a copy of the Dora, as does Sato as well. Looks like it will be efficiency on display in this hand. Not clear cut action for any of these players. A lot of weak shapes. And so that means that you're probably going to have to make some decisions in the near future about which of the bad shapes to cut. I think those are the most challenging decisions to make. But really the place where you get to show your strength as a Mahjong player.
Or your weakness.
I actually prefer having to decide between two bad shapes as opposed to deciding between two good shapes when you have to cut one. Because it's a lot more frequent that you cut a good shape and then it backfires. It makes you feel sad. But you cut a bad shape and it backfires. You're like, well, I couldn't have known, right? What are the odds? The Udora pair for Sato, that's a big deal. It was going to be, that shape was really going to be reliant on the 7-pin in order to complete. This is a Tenpai on just the 8-mon for Riichi only. Saito might want more of this. Yeah, I love the decision to play for more. Looking back at this hand, if you just had 5, 6, 8, you're going to hold that 8 for a really long time and hope for the 7-pin draw. And that means you're going to be sacrificing efficiency elsewhere. So to have drawn the 8-pin immediately allows you to focus on the good shapes. Now we have a lot of pairs, 4 pairs, and the construction in the Soza is a bit weak, especially since these Senso cannot improve on the upper side without being Furitan. 8-so draw is no longer as good. So curious decision there, but we'll go with a 2-mon pair cut. Still the option, of course, to use a 3rd copy of the Dora. With having had 3 pairs in hand, natural to trim one away. So those shapes are relatively set at this point, so it's really just a draw, go, square spot. Wonder if there's a small Hoitsu consideration. Yeah, we're going to see the Forest will come out. She wants to draw the 7-pin anyway and be able to use the Dora, so that's not a particularly useful tile. Would be that thrilled if you drew the 5-pin. It just gives you an opportunity to cut one of your weak so shapes. We have Ipeko draw, and there's the 7-pin. And the Dora triplet. All right, Sato, Mangan Tenpai on the 6-so. Now we come to Saito again. Can she get back to a Tenpai that is a Tenpai? This time it has Ipeko. Is it good enough? She's been searching for more. And of course, if you draw 1 4-so instead of the 2-so here, you could slam a Riichi waiting on 4-7-pin. We'll Dama here. There still is the 6-so draw to a tateniu, and the 4-so draw to Pinhu. And the 2-so, 3-so wait is not that good.
Yeah, one of the criteria that people use is if you have double the upgrades, then you do winning tiles, then you have a reason to wait for that upgrade. Especially since she already has a Yaku and she can win at any time. But one of her 2s is already on the board as well. It's only 3 winning tiles versus, I think there's at least 6 upgrades that she can't see.
I think
So
she can actually,
all 8.
yeah, all 8 are live. So
12, sorry, 12 even.
Yeah, certainly meets the criteria. There's one of them, and we'll see their reach. All right, it took some work, but she has maneuvered her hand into each Pinhu Ipeko, waiting 2-5-so. Oh, I see a 2-so. This is the dealer. She'll try it, and Ipatsu will be the mangan. You know how players will frequently not put the tile that they drew into Tenpai into their hand immediately to disguise what's going on with the shapes?
Yes.
I think in that spot, it's almost cheeky to put it immediately, replace the gap that was filled by your discard with the tile that you drew, because it almost feels like I just completed my shape. I've been waiting to complete one of my shapes, and I got it. It's done. I don't need the lower Sozu anymore.
But actually,
Actually, I was
Yeah.
looking for Sozu really badly, and I just got an improvement of shape. Wow, okay, Haku Hatsu, one copy of the tune. It has been discarded once, but there's some dreams perhaps for Sato. This hand might get to Tenpai too quickly.
okay, everybody watching, hit the thumbs up button, please, because I only see 6 and 2 of them are mine. So
Or so. Ooh. Is it time? Do we have to? No! 3-2 Mon instead. Sato will keep our hopes and dreams alive. We're all rooting for somehow a Chun draw. Yeah, this is fun mahjong right here. Dora pair though for Nakazato Ishantem. It's gonna be a challenge. Also, we see Nagasawa holding a lot of these honor tiles. They're starting to filter out now, but that last hand represented a complete switch in placement between the two, Nagasawa and Saito. Saito now has the dealership. Ooh, Forso draw. Okay, start with a south. I wonder if we even go one pin in the future, the way this hand has been played.
oh god, I just want to go for a flush here, but the east is not worth any.
Yeah, if it was actual Yaku, I would consider for sure. Okay, Hatsupon and 7 so? Okay. We're still keeping the dream alive. Chun draw.
Let's get rid of 2, 3, 4. The north is her seat wind.
I think you can do it. I think you can do it.
I would do it. I think that this is something where a lot of people would do it, might do it in real life, but not on stream.
That's a good point. If she had Dora, if she didn't have a Dora, I would definitely do it. Okay, each. It's just a dealer Riichi. Oh no, and the one so 2 so seems fine. They're both Suji.
And bye.
Well, I feel like if you come this far, you got a GM. 9 pin isn't.
Me, maybe one away.
I guess you can just play the 3 pin, safe entry, or 9 pin. And Ipatsu, it will be a direct response. Ichipatsu Doran.
So better not to listen to Jenn.
Well, we don't know yet. We don't know what would have happened in the alternative universe.
Saito's had such a rough time. She didn't get her second dealership last game. That's
And then
her second dealership this game.
yeah, you get your second dealership this game. You get the first Tenpai, early reach, Diamond wait, and then Chase dealing 2 Patsu. it can be frustrating, but she's not out of it. 18-4 is within reach of second place, surely. And with a little bit of work, can't get to first even. And there are two hands to make that happen. Nakazato, I think, is going to be frustrated as well, having had such a great Ishanten with Dora 2 that just never got there.
Now, how did I like the stream twice? You know what I'm gonna do right now? I'm gonna like it a third time.
Oh, this is a brain teaser. How is Jenn doing this?
There we go. 3 of them are me now.
We can't let Jenn win. Furious button smashing. Like. Okay, what a draw. Nagasawa really getting there.
I'll tell you after this game how I did it. My magic.
Interesting spot for Sato there. Fills a shape. Sort of actually not what she wanted. She wanted to either fill one of the weak shapes of the hand or draw a better improvement to one of those shapes. Now she actually has to make a decision and decided to cut the 8 mon there and commit to the weak shapes, the 1-2 mon and the 1-3 pin. And is just going to play the shapes as they are. So no fancy maneuvering. Wow, the 5-so fill is a tenpai Riichi Dora, maybe Ipeko as well. The 6 pin is drawn. That is a 6-9 pin weight. It's just a fantastic hand for Nagasawa. Sato can at least get out pretty easily with 3 pin, 3 pin, 1 pin to start. At least for the initial discards. The other players might have a little bit more of a struggle. And then 9 pin's going to be tried. It's going to be another deal in Saito, and just not having a lot of options in that situation. We'll get an Ura as well. So not the tateniu, but the Ura will compensate for the manga on Nichipinhu, Dora, Ura. Nagasawa now actually challenging for first after back-to-back wins. And we go to all last, Sato, our dealer. Of course, if
Saito continues to have a roughest time.
Yeah, and that was a spot where, again, super early Riichi, not a lot of information present. You just have to make the best cut that you can in that spot. And sometimes they just have the shape that needs it. 4 pairs for Nagasawa. What's the gap now? 3,000 points exactly? Do I want to go for Chitoi in this situation? It's just hard to open for Yakuhai only here. I didn't get a good look at her hand to see if there was Dora. Not yet. Oh, and even going so far as to cut the 7 mon Dora connector. Well, Reach Sumo will make up a 3,000 point gap. What happens on ties? That might end up becoming relevant as we see another pair drawn, but this is another Yakuhai. So again, the potential to open is viable. Also, that's double south for Nagasawa. So if she gets south and Haku, that's 3 Han, will guarantee a first place on a win. So maybe some more incentive to open. There's the 6 mon, but we've already thrown the 7. We see a chase down here. There's a 9 mon Dora pair. If ever there was a hand to come back, this is the one. Kind of need a direct hit though, and Saito is 14,000 points behind her closest competition. So Hanemon Sumo or direct hit.
I think Nakazato needs to be really focusing on finishing ahead of Nagasawa, even if she doesn't get first place. You see that Nagasawa just being ahead of Nakazato has taken back the first place spot for Team Keirinbu.
Is that Chitoi
Hello,
Tenpai? It
Jabroni,
is.
welcome.
Well, each Chito is going to be good enough. Question is, do you slam now or do you look for a better weight? And which weight do you take? You'd think the 8-so might be fine because you can see 3 copies of the 7-so, but also your Shimonsha has discarded nothing but Pinzu and Manzu. So we'll each and wait on the 8-so. Not going to wait for something better. And there's a 1. Could be Itsu in the future. Could be Shinitsu cutting 9-mon, 9-mon, which would be insane, but totally reasonable to do. 7-pin, no good. And amazingly enough, the Sozu heavy hand does not actually have any copies of the 8-so. In fact, does anyone have a copy of the 8-so? I think they're all on the wall. Oh, but the 5-pin comes first. And it's going to be the door jam. That early 7-mon might help the 9-mon come out, but that discard is made almost purely on just necessity, surely, to get that Sozu Shinitsu West no-go. And when I see that 5-pin come out before the 8-so, I really wonder to myself, did I actually mess up? Does the Sozu Shinitsu hand just have all the copies of my weight? Am I never going to see it? No, she finds it. Riichi Tsumo Chitoi. No, but that doesn't matter. This is going to be good enough to take over the lead. Turns out that both ways are totally viable in this situation. And Nagasawa will claim victory. Plus 47.5 for her team. And also confirming
back the first place spot. Yeah, big in a big way.
Absolutely. Second place will go to Sato. Had a fantastic game. Nakazawa, though, blazing comeback. Unfortunate scenario for Saito. Fought hard. Just not lucky enough. I think about that dealer reach that got chased down, immediately dealt into Ipatsu.
Yeah,
Then
2 games in a row where just nothing. She didn't even get her second dealership the first game, and then the next one, just nothing would work. We've been there. I've been there. I was there yesterday for 3 games. All right, we have some ad spots. It's mostly all about me.
We've got the Jenn.
All right, every Wednesday in the US, Thursdays in Japan, I have a podcast. It's a little break from Mahjong. It's comedy and chatting, catching up over the week with Saeka and myself. Saeka is based in LA. I'm based in Tokyo. We did a switcheroo, one of those swappy doppies. I moved to Japan and she moved to the US, and we just go back and forth in Japanese by whatever we feel like. So if you want to brush up on Japanese or practice listening, it's a great way to know the concept of what's going on and pick up words. And if not, even if you can't really catch the Japanese parts, it's still pretty fun to listen to, according to Saeka's husband, Stevie, who also does not understand Japanese. So give it a listen. It's on Spotify. Also, Airi, a big person in our Mahjong community, is our producer. And she also comes on the mic from time to time. And also talks about Brazil from time to time, since that's where she is from originally. So we have immigrants from 3 different countries, living in 2 different countries, talking about lots of fun stuff. So come join us anytime. You're very welcome. Everybody's welcome.
Is this screen a hint about how you liked the channel multiple times?
Yes. Look at that. This is on the mahjongjen channel. Thank you for reminding me.
I want to know the answer too.
I did like the stream from the mahjongjen channel, the WRC channel, and the JPML English channel. Have all liked this Sankei Shimbun Cup stream, so that's why I manage 3 channels, and they all like all of our streams. Also, we will have the M-League
Yeah, let's do it.
M-League and World Reach 2026 US Tour Don't miss it. Save the date, Las Vegas, June 26th through 28th. I think we're getting ready to announce a venue very soon and get a website up for this event. 6 current M-Leaguers, 1 former M-Leaguer, 2 world champions, 2 pros who have experience living in the US and will be interpreting. I don't even have any claim to fame, but Hirano and myself will be also joining, facilitating. Also, we have some amazing MCs booked for the Las Vegas tournament that we will be able to announce very soon. New York City is going to be fan meetings, exhibition matches with World Reach pros. Possibly some of those featured pros might be on the stream. I don't know. We don't know who's going to be representing, but we do have World Reach pros commentating today. And I will be switching out for one of them. Also, the new Armel champion, Korak.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Korak. Congratulations on becoming the 2025 Armel champion.
Oh, thank you. I have been stuck in A1 for so long. It's even the season win, and then all of a sudden it just snowballs into an overall championship. It was a ridiculous outcome.
Yeah, for folks who don't know, in the American Riichi Mahjong League, Korak was an entrant into the top division, the A1 division, from the inception of the league after the first sort of placement round, and was the first person to achieve the eternal A1 status, staying in the A1 top division for 10 consecutive seasons and more. But despite all that time, had not actually won the division, and at the very end of 2025 finally had his run, qualified for the championship by winning the division by a landslide, and then went on to immediately win the championship. Fantastic.
Sometimes they're just that hill you have to get past, and it feels good, but more than anything, it's just a relief after all that.
Right, and I will hand it over to you. And don't forget to sign up for a membership if you want to be entered into our t-shirt drawing, our replica jersey drawing. All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jenn.
Thanks, Jen. With that, let's go ahead and see the players.
Absolutely. Just throwing that up on the screen so
game
people
3.
can see. But yeah, let's do it. Game 3. Same teams, but new players we will have in the dealer seat, Misato Hana for Team Jankatsu Master. In the south seat, Ayano Furukawa for Team Laima. In the west seat, Yuki Takeda for Team Blossom Quintet. And in the north seat, Yoshie Aiuchi for our remaining team. Of course, Keirinbu, Team Mahjong Pro Keirinbu. And these players are from all sorts of pro leagues. Just going around the table, we have an RMU Pro, Nihon Pro Mahjong, JPML, Sankei. It is a hodgepodge of professional leagues being represented at this table, and it should be an excellent game once again.
Always is. Of course, it's always a different dynamic when you just play with people you're not as used to. Of course, when you're in the same organization, you're going to run into the same people, even if they aren't in your natural division, because they're usually open tournaments or open events. But then you get to here on the cameras, things can be a little different. The question is how much you feel out the other players versus just go for it. Generally, you just play your game, but you might see a little passivity or a little extra aggression very early on.
Now, we've seen kind of back and forth so far in this division. The first place team changing hands a couple times, and currently it is Team Keirinbu who has the advantage. That would be in the hands now of Aiuchi in the north seat. However, chasing...
Oh, well, we have 3 Dora. I'm going to cut you off right there. Ooh. The East Yaku High with 3 Dora as well. 2-pin, nice little Pinfu there. 4 so decent floater. Possibly Peiko needs a 5-mon. Because see the 5, that is a Honitsu play. 7 doesn't do anything immediately. Look at what held as a safe tell. That 6-pin would really open that hand up. 1 Mon connects with the 2. Doesn't do much immediately, but it can accept the 3 later. The 8 connects with the 7. There goes the 6. Always feels bad. Cut the 5, draw the 6 immediately. And that's how it goes, isn't it?
Pretty common.
3, 4, 5, 7.
More common than you
1
want
Mon
to be.
pair up. As in ever. 2 will be held as a floater there. Ooh, Hatsu pair can now potentially call this down for an extra Yakuhai. Out goes the Haku. 2 so doesn't really do anything there. Not going to get really greedy for that. 1, 2, 3 Sadanshiku. 9 Mon doesn't do anything. Going to hold the Haku for now. 1 so Anko can now move this hand forward. Still has these extra dragons to get rid of. 9. So this is Ishanten now with the 3 Dora. Oh, there's a Dora. Wait a second. That's a Dora, isn't it? And that may, in effect, be a tell to the rest of the players if I know where the last one is.
Yeah, but I guess
There you
only
go.
one player would have that information if that is a tell.
Well, the other players would be okay. So that's someone who's not completely confident about her hand, but probably has an extra Dora, not sure what to do with. So it can change the dynamics. There is our Hatsu Pole. Moves a hand forward, is still Ryan Shanten, but excellent blocks. 1 pin. Doesn't actually do anything. There is some extra acceptance if you cut the 6, but I just have the 6 floater as a better tile altogether. 2 pin, not going to use that. 7 fits in perfectly here with the 6, 6, 7, 8 shape. 7 so fits in perfectly here. Out goes the Haku. This is super wide Ishanten. 1 Mon. 3 Mon, not even going to hold it. Of course, having cut the 2 earlier, just didn't want to cut the door. Otherwise, would be temp by now.
Yeah, and
Because the 2 Mon locked in the Pega shape.
we saw that in the first hand of the last game as well. That East Dora prevented players from being temp just because you're incentivized to hold that for so much longer than you normally would.
Cuts the 6 so from the 4, 6. Going to keep the 7, 9. Ooh, 6 is a great draw. Possible Itsu upgrades. Another pair here as well. Could end up being Chitoitsu. Could potentially be Ryan Pego. Require a little bit more effort. And not even going to consider it.
Yeah, a little bit caution being shown here. Not cutting the Forso against what appears to be a Sozu Honitsu.
And immediately the Forso comes out anyway. But that is Tempai on the 8 pin for Ton Dora 3.
Yeah, if the players are...
And honestly, the 8 pin looks really good when you look at these discard piles. A bunch of middle Pinzu out there. Unless someone has an Onko'd up, you're feeling real. Ooh.
Could take the 2, 3, 5 so wait, or
Yeah, I
the
like
6,
2,
9.
3, 5.
Just...
And it is a 2-5 Ryama, but also a weird 3 so Tonki option in there. That is a shape I have chomboed before on.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun one. Anytime you get a triplet next to a sequence, it's usually gets a little bit complicated. Also, notably, we saw the 1 pin Chi. Oh, 2 held and will be retained.
Holds it back. Well, the thing is, there's never really a reason to fight unless you really shove the Dora. So that hand's probably just an, it doesn't matter, I'll just show it myself.
No real bonus to here,
picks
but
up the value.
Absolutely take your 3 Han. And the play was definitely the
4,000.
Itsu, waiting for the Dora Tonki, but after drawing the 2 so, you definitely cannot drop that.
No, there's just no reason to. You can take your Ishanten and say, hey, if we get there, we get there. And then sees doesn't actually get to see that the East was locked up in another hand. So the Tonki was effectively dead, but it was. And we will know that, and we'll be able to find out. She will be able to find out on the broadcast later, but you don't have that information at the table. 6799 pin, fairly flexible, but too many honors. And you see one of those going out with the West. Ooh, I like this hand.
I like
Especially
it on the left
5
side.
pin being the Dora. I mean, it's just Chinitsu. You don't have to care too much. That's one where I just start calling random Pinzu and see what happens.
Yeah, I actually don't believe the Chinitsu yet. I want to keep my options elsewhere because it's very easy for me to just play like Ipego
Nine
Tanyao
so
Dojo.
is in I want to go Tanyao.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
selling out on the Chinitsu, but it's probably Tanyao, at least.
I do buy that.
Three so, I mean, it connects with the 1-1, but the shapes are less than ideal. Could end up being a choice, and gives up one penchant, draws another.
Well, that's fine. Didn't really want either shape anyway.
That goes the 2. Hatsu pair up, can now call and go with this. East pair up, might pop up the Hatsu. Nope, there goes the 1. Formon, well, I know what you're thinking.
Well, you can do 2, 3, 4 Sanchoku and Tanyao door too.
It would be extra value. You don't have to fish for that third door to get to manga if you can pull it off.
Ooh.
6-pin pair up, just Chitoi Shanten now. Could even cut the 7 preemptively. We'll cut the 8 one. 1 mon on the other hand is useless. 9. Ugh.
It is flush time, just committing right
Yep,
away.
just going for it. 5 so allows a shift down to the 2, 3, 5, 6, as opposed to 2, 3, 6, 8. 6 mon at the floater, pretty terrible for a Chitoi. Goes back. Chun pair up, okay. Chinitsu back on the menu, maybe, or at least Honitsu. Well, there is the Chun. Will it pop out? Not yet. 7-9. That almost feels like a fold.
That's pretty
Fortunately,
interesting.
doesn't do anything immediately. Just throws it back.
I wonder if that Tuso cut is signaling that she might want the Honitsu, and if that's the case, we'll see less
Aku
likely that
pair up.
honor tiles come out.
Well, it's really hard to get a closed Chidetsu, so when someone does that, you usually think it's Honitsu, and
Yeah,
oftentimes just
Honitsu.
fishing for an honor.
Chinitsu or Honitsu.
There is a Hatsu been pawned. No real value in this hand, but does advance. It's 2 Onko, and that's Onko Ishanten. I imagine you just got the 7 here.
Yeah, you got to play for it.
Could also go with the 3 so if you're reading it as more dangerous now. But I just don't like tiles here. No!
So
Oh, that hurts me in the heart. That ow. And then the 3 comes out immediately anyway, and now you just feel bad.
yeah, I wonder what the idea here is.
8-pin Onko moves the hand forward indirectly. And then this, like, we're gonna end up Riichi Nomi most likely.
Now, yeah, you are the dealer, so
Oh, she's just folding. I think she's just folding, which is odd for dealer in first place with that hand. I'm trying to figure out what the plan is, with Furukawa being very defensive about this.
in the meantime, Takeda is just... sorry, Aiuchi is just jamming. I think 3 so still goes through.
Just cuts the whole block. Might even say it's Honitsu at this point, but
Yeah, 1 so was...
I think that's a bit much. 7 so not called.
I wonder if 1 so was twice cut. I only saw 1 at the time, but now I see the second one in the pond. And so maybe because it was twice cut, she decided to play for the Kanchan.
Dead pair.
And
yeah,
then
good
they shifted it.
option. Oh, well, that's a shape.
Ishanta.
It is. Could pull in the Chun cut 2-pin. Okay, that upgrades the Ishanta. There is the Chun. This is Tempai if it's taken.
No.
Will not. Wants the greed. It's Honitsu time. 1 mod fits in very nicely. Still has 2 more runners to get rid of. West does nothing. Might hold as a safe tile, and yeah, it does. Cutting the 6 so. 7 so Onko. Could be Suonko Tempai now. This is not Tempai.
It is
I don't
Tempai.
believe.
It
Yes,
is
it is.
Tempai,
It's waiting
yeah.
on the 6.
Yeah, that
Yeah, it is. That
what a
5-7 fits in.
I've never seen that shape before.
That is not Tempai, however.
And Haku.
Will be called. This is Tempai, however.
147.
147.
We also have 3-6 Mon for Hana. Uh-oh. Surely the 6 so first.
Yeah, that's what I would figure as well.
Yeah, that recently came out. Oh, this is the only mon tile that goes through.
Which it does.
Khan.
Khan
7
is
mon.
Tempai.
Rinshan.
Rinshan! Okay, well, that's your extra value. Doesn't hit the Condora on it, but will gladly take the win.
Yeah.
It is Hatsu Rinshan. So how much fu is that? It has to be 50, doesn't it? 4, 16, and Zubo's 2? Yes.
Bumps it up. Oof, what a hand. Hana actually stealing this one. Everyone had a chance, but everyone shot for the moon. We had the Suanko Ishanten. We had the Pinzu flush with Dora 2, and the Sozu flush as well. And it ends up being the Rinshan to pull it off.
Didn't have any value to speak of. It was 1 Han and what, just maybe 40 fu, and says, well, we'll just con, and just hit the Rinshan. Easy game. Definitely a splashy way to show up on camera. That'll be a good memory for her. Look at these hands. Each pair maybe call and go for Toy Toy. This is a slow Pinfu hand. This is a couple of pairs, 2 through 4, now with the possibly Peiko in lower Sozu. Pay pair, but this is the South Seat, so it doesn't do a whole lot. Plants Brothers call the Hatsu. Out goes the Haku, will do nothing. 7 connects with the 5, might be a dragon. Out goes the Hatsu. Haku. It is notable the Hatsu was not taken. At least the first one.
Yeah, in a recent TBRC channel, Sankei Shimbun Cup battles, I feel like we've seen a lot of first discard of the Yakuhai being passed.
Yes, it does seem to be something we see from these pros a lot. I am never a fan when I don't see value. I just want to hit shiny buttons. And although they don't pop up in real life, you do get the sensation, or at least I do. So, monkey brain, go see pretty button, go burr.
Yeah,
5 connects with a 6, 3, 6, 5.
Situationally, though, it could be point consideration as well. Although Aiuchi has the lead, or had the lead going into this game, so that'd be incentive to just win hands and try to shut down the players.
It's also tied for last, just trying to build some sort of value, but I just don't see the value.
Well,
5 on pair up. I mean, I almost want to throw it back. The pay is, what, 1 out? Nope, going to cut the pay anyway. There is a Sanjugu route with enough draws, but it's still a distance away. 8 Mon connects there for 6, 6, 6, 7, 8.
I mean, the Haku is the natural cut here. You don't give
And
up
it
any
goes out.
tiles.
9 Mon, another pair, but that's useless. Just throws it back. 9 pin, okay, that extends the shape here. Possible Riichi Shumpon on Hatsu. We'll cut the 1 Mon pair. 5 Mon actually fits very well into this hand. Now you just have a floating 6. Could cut 3 so, could cut 6 Mon. Yeah, there goes the 3. East.
Is it
I
safer
believe
than
that
the
was
9?
paired up in another hand.
Yeah, Shonpai. So
And
out
it
it
was,
goes.
and there's our call. Ishunten with Tondora.
Speaking.
4 well, that's a very nice shift for Sanjugu now. Ishunten, Riichi Pinfu Sanjugu Dora. 8 Mon useless. 1 so useless.
Ooh,
Oh,
second
Dora
Dora.
pair up. Ooh, lots of options. How greedy do you want to be?
1 pin has come out once already. The 4-4-6 shape is not that strong. It's your best shape, and she'll keep.
Out goes the Dora. It hurts to do it, but I think it is the right play. We'll hold the safe tile here. Locks in the Sanjugu potential. Tempai! This is Riichi Pinfu possible Ipeiko. 2 so, 5 so. Extra value on the 2 so side. I'm
Five
going to
mon.
shift that out. Hatsu is very safe, but will be held anyway.
Switch out one save tail for another. I'm folding. Actually, Hatsu is not so safe.
Yeah, there's one out, but it wasn't called. I feel it's still pretty safe here. Now, if a second Riichi comes, I'm getting much more scared about it. So here's the question. Do you want to shove the Sozu into this hand? The only Sozu that's been discarded by the Riichi is the 9-So. And the 1-1 does not look good. You go with a 5-pin, but that kind of kills the hand. Just going to shove the 5 mod here. 2-mon. I mean, it's Tsuji now. I don't see a problem throwing it.
I think there would have been it would have been harder to play before the 5-mon came out, but might have done it anyway because it's a really strong Ishanten.
And followed with another 5 as well. That is not Tempai. Does not complete the shapes. Does create a potential for Yonkan, but throws it back.
This is another stopper. This is the tile that's slowing Hana down as well. 8-So looks really bad here.
Might also just check the Hatsu here, find out where you are in the hand.
I think that's
At the
fine.
same time, you are in first, and your team's in first, so you don't necessarily have to. And I feel the instinct is fold, and out goes the fold.
Yeah, that's the sort of cut you make when you really don't believe the 8-So will go through. So even if you play the Hatsu,
What is the right Tsuji line to deal in, but the 8 itself is actually safe. And there is Tempai, and the 8 goes out anyway. 4-So, 1-pin Shampon. And she's okay, thanks for clearing it, I guess.
yeah, I mean, there's a chance to get back. If you get Tempai, I think she'll jam the Hatsu. Oh, the Dora
the
again.
Dora! Unfortunate. Green would have been the hit here. And now just kind of folds out.
Yeah, if the 1-pin comes out.
There is Tempai. Well, no, it would have been Tempai, but isn't anymore.
Is there a safe?
And this is the problem, is when you put yourself... Well, the 5-mon's obviously safe.
Yeah, is there a safe way to hedge? Like, is the 7-mon good enough? Is the 6-mon good enough?
I mean, it's one chance. I don't mind the 7-mon. But yeah, that's what I expect, which is full. There's our Sumo on the expensive end. Reach Sumo, Pinfu, Ipeko.
Uda.
Or a 1. That is a Mongon. So it's going to put Tugeta way out in front. Dealer Mongon Sumo in East 3. 37,000 now.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's a dealer
35,000
as well probably plays a bit in the Furukawa fold. Tugeta held that Ishanten for so long and finally drew the Tempai. And then held the Tempai for so long and finally drew the winner. Took a while, but got there in the end. Up to 35-2.
Well, you're supposed to sumo your good weights, especially when you're that far ahead of the rest of the table. It's more sad when it doesn't.
Yeah, you start to get nervous the longer it goes. Like, okay, is this not going to win? This somehow my best chance so far in this game gonna fall short.
Am I going to be chased out and deal in? Yes, it's definitely something we've all experienced at one point or another. There's a Pinfu Tanyao hand. This is a slower Pinfu hand, maybe an Itsu in Manzu, also potential Tanyao shifts. This is a pay pair, but that is not the north seat. That is the west seat, I believe. 9 connect 5, 7, 9 block for the Ryokan. 2-pin. Could use it to pair. Now, you can got a lot of tiles in this hand. Cuts the 1. Wants the Tanya route. I imagine if the 8-mon comes out, you maybe call if you make that cut. 4-pin pair up. Haku pair up. Okay. Could be Toy. Could even be Honitsu and Pinzu, but I imagine it's call and go. No, it goes the 9. Doesn't do much with the 6 and the 7 in the hand. There is the Hatsu, the first of those dragon of what we expect to be Polens. It's actually Ishanten.
Udora draw.
I'm gonna have to keep it. I feel 2-pin's the normal cut here. Can go 7-9, but I'm not as thrilled with this because you lose the 8 and don't really gain anything.
Yeah, this is kind of like a Tanyao sort of hedge. Like anticipating cutting all of the pin tiles and keeping the 1-2 shape and the 6-7 mon shape, and so leaving only Tanyao draws as possibilities.
2, 3, 4 mon. Now a completed block with that Dora. Thinks about it on the 1-so and sees the very sad 2-so, 3-so, 1-so in the pond right now. There's a penchant fill. Possible Itsu upgrades. Has an extra pair in the hand right now. Out goes the 1-so. 6-so doesn't do anything. Decent floater, but just wants the safety of the 1-mon. Tune out.
It's pretty unlikely that this
Pay out.
Itsu actually gets there because a lot of times you're going to draw a better connector, and then from your Yamen shape, you will just.
Ooh, well. Goes the 1-mon, expecting to probably cut Dora unless it pairs up immediately. Well, that is Tempai. Will Riichi Dora 1, 4-pin, 7-pin. Gets the Anko of the 7-so, and that is a 4th place Riichi here in East 3.
And now the dealer under some pressure because she held the 2-mon Dora. That's not a save tile against this Riichi. Oh, but she's going to go for it.
Then jams it, calls the 5. It is Fujii.
Yeah, this is
Fujii, the Riichi tile on Dora, never a safe option.
This is a play
and now
for
the Dora's
team.
actually clear. It just throws it back. Seven, so that is Tempai, of course, waiting on 3-pin. So there's 3 versus 7, 4. That is not Tempai.
Of course, you see the dealer jamming a door out. They have to be Tempai, but for how much
You have to
value?
have something anyway. They're going to be the Chi. We'll shift this up. Now waiting 3, 6-pin versus the 4, 7-pin.
Yeah, when you see that 2-pin come out, 3, 6-pin definitely on the radar. It could also be from something like a 2, 4, 4.
Exact situation.
Mm-hmm.
We have a bad weight and you're shifting it to a good weight. Holding back the Haku pair. 1 pin. Back it goes. There is the Haku. So now 2 more safe tiles. And out goes another door. And you're kind of wondering, what on earth does this hand actually have? Because it sounds like it's garbage. 4-mon. When you see this many Dora, the 4-mon's not as scary. We know the last one is in the Riichi hand, though.
Oh, that
South useless.
That she shifted the winning tile away from Aiuchi and into the hand of Hana.
Amon, not it. 3-on, yeah, that hand's out. Not anything to do with this. Furukawa, not going to challenge this directly anyway. It's between Takeda and Aiuchi. Which is what normally happens.
Mm-hmm.
Riichi from non-dealer eventually gets in a standoff with dealer. Fairly common occurrence. Shun 10 upgrade. With a 2, 3, 4 so completed. Nope, just sumo. Dealer will pick up the win here. No real value, but will gladly take it. 600 all.
Taps the Riichi stick as well, so extending the lead further. And again, played extremely aggressively for her dealership. You saw that with the 9-pin cut early on in the hand, playing for the ability to call into Tanyao, even if that meant giving up the Dora. So she has 1 prior, and that's just extending this dealership as long as she can.
Reckless calls to go for Tanya Nomi on their dealer turn. Ridiculous. Who would ever do something like that?
How about
other than me on literally every dealer turn ever?
Wow, how about built-in Ipeko?
Fits in nicely. Normally it cuts 1-mon, but that's Dora. 7-mon pair up. This hand not that bad. Not too much value though. Switches out a dragon. Keeps the Haku, throws Hatsu. Tone goes back. Always bad when you draw 1, discard it, get another. Discard it, of course. 6-mon extends with the 7-7 shape. Shaw, useless. Goes to the Haku instead. 8-pin, another pair. There is an awkward Itsu shape in here in Sozu, but it's required a lot of work. 3 connects to the 2. 1, I send this to a possible Ryanka, and we'll cut the floating 8-so. Keep the 1 through 3, 5, 7, 8, 9. 6-mon, useless. Chun, useless. 5 pin. Well, that still technically keeps your Ipeco, I guess.
Let
Or
me
no, that's a
see.
1 through 3, 5, 6, 7, 9. For Mon, well, it creates a Kanchan with the 4, 6. We'll hold it for now. Also possible 2 through 4 Sanchiku if you want to shift out of it. Ipeco upgrades. 3 so would be the ideal draw. Next, 1 pin doesn't really fit here. 2 Mon, another pair. 8 Mon, well now it's a Ryankan in Monzu.
Which does increase the
1
likelihood
so.
of...
Could go Chitoi. There are even Suanko routes here. This is not Tempa. You have the 5-7 Kanchan in Pinzu plus locked in Ipeco. 2 so the perfect draw now. Ishanten. 2 pin pairs up again. May go Tanya, but you still have the awkward. Well, that's what I was saying. Just draw the 3 so and the hand fits in perfectly. Riichi, possibly Peiko. 4 so, 7 so. And it feels really bad to just immediately draw the door afterwards. And you can see the long pause, the head drop, hand on her head,
Ooh,
and just shoves it.
jam the Dora. Terminals or Gembutsu or something like that. This is just a...
Well, followed up with a 1 pin as well. There was an early 2, but definitely not a safe tile. 2 Mon. There's a little double clutch there, almost expecting the Subo.
Yeah, I mean, when you see
I
that
always
one
like
jam...
when they do that. It's like, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get... Uh-oh.
Yeah, definitely you get the impression that Aiuchi is either somehow Tenpai or a very strong Ishantem, and that you're going to get chased pretty soon.
Yes.
And if I was talking on this spot, I welcome that. Like, chase me.
Yeah, I'm dealer. I have a good weight. It's fine.
Sometimes I have a hand that I just don't think I'm gonna ever see unless somebody fights me. And so in that situation, I welcome somebody slamming a Riichi against me because it gives me a chance to actually win.
4 so. That's actually Ishunten again. For Mon, now a 4, 6, 6, 8 block along with the 2, 3, 4. That's confirmed. Tone goes back. 4 pin. I mean, 3 so's the normal cut here, but I feel, yeah, I didn't want to throw it. Terminals or Gembutsu. Just throw the 1 so. That is the retail, so it's actually safe as opposed to the joke we're making about the other ones.
Yeah. Hana might be able to get into this.
So, another pair. Okay, it's Chitoi or nothing now with that cut. Subo! It's the cheap end. Riichi Subo.
You know what?
1 Ura, so that'll be some value here. 1,200, 2,200, and of course the Riichi stick. This should put Aiuchi in what? Oh no, that's Takeda Sumo. My mistake. So that's a big win there.
Yeah.
44,600. Expands the lead.
Talking about running it up at this point. And this is fantastic for Blossom Quintet. Every single point is going to matter here.
Well, her team's way back. Blossom Quintet needs to do work, and you're running out of games.
In theory, this is the penultimate round, so after this game, there will be 3 remaining. But as long as you are, if you can stay around 150 back, or as long as you're like less than 200, you can make it happen with 3 firsts.
Well, it's also important that Aiuchi is 4th. That if this were the end result, Takeda would gladly accept it.
Yeah,
because that does put you within 200, roughly.
The only better outcome would be if you could get Hana into 2nd place somehow.
Yes, and then knock Furukawa back a little bit. But look at these hands. It is a south pair. This is not the south seat, so no Yakuhai. This is a Pinfu hand, but a very slow one. This is a Tanyao hand with 2 Dora. 1, 2, 3, and a floating 5 so Dora. 4 pin fits very nicely in with the 3, 5. Do you go 7 so or do you go 1, 3 so? Goes with the 1 so. 2 connects with the 4, goes in and cuts the 9. 8 so's the pair. Now you kind of just call anything near door and just go for China door 2. Because otherwise your 5 so is going to have to come out. 1 mon worthless. Back it goes.
Yeah,
1 pin worthless.
Takada in this position has an extremely straightforward game plan. She can just play towards the Ishanten if she draws a completed shape. Otherwise, she's going to hope to connect to the 3-so and 7-so and then play out the south pair toward the Pinfu. Actually cutting the 3, which is a little interesting given that there's 3
Gives up the Sancho. Yeah, it was in there. That's why the 1 came out earlier, but figured, well, we already did a little bit that way. Let's just go. Ishanten here. Would, of course, prefer to call one of those tiles with the Dora. 2 pin. Could go south-south. Could go 7-so. Yeah, I like the south-south here. It's definitely not the fastest play, but it's the greediest play.
And she's hoping to make up some of the speed with the ability to call for tateniu, as we saw in a couple rounds ago.
2 mon, 2, 3, 4 in Monzu now. Ishanten. 8 pin is a floater, not going to do it. It's especially already cut the 9. It's not really a reason to hold it, but it will be called down. That is Tempai waiting on the 6 pin for the dealer. Takada would love to pick up the Holma, which is worth almost as much as the win. Right, so going to hold it now. Throw back the east. 1 pin useless. Do not take that shape upgrade. You won't have a Yaku. 2, 3, 4. That is not Tempai. Do you just throw the 4-so here? Do you throw the 7-so? Could go 5 mon.
I'm thinking 5 mon because it gives her a chance to use 2 Dora. 4-so.
Goes 4-so instead.
This may be, wider from a Kutsuki perspective.
Speaking of 4-so, that is Tempai. Good weight. Just go to good and throw the stick in. Riichi Dora 1. 5 pin, 8 pin.
Also not clear.
No, it isn't. Doesn't feel that bad to that hand, but you are still just pushing with tateniu no Mi.
Yeah, this wouldn't be the first time, though. We saw Takada jam the Dora against Riichi earlier. Or tateniu no Mi.
There goes the 9-so, not Tempai. Or not the winning tile, rather. And there goes the 9 mon. Pei is not going to do it. Chu just follows up with another 8-so. 6-so. Well, 3 Suji now. You feel that's probably safe. And that clears the 6-so over here.
Oop.
And the Age of Steel's in. Riichi Dora 1.
Udatsu!
Was it or 2? It is! That is Mongon. The little 2,600 to 8,000 and the 3 Homba gets the stick back, and that is a very big win for Furukawa.
Yeah,
Just jump way into second place, way out in front of everyone, and that is not ideal for the rest of the table.
That 8-pin had come out earlier, had been pulled by the dealer, so that was the last copy of the 8-pin.
Well, if you can't sumo it, just roan it and then hit Ura.
Hana had just drawn the 5-pin upgrade to Saman-chan and tried to play it out, but could not get it through. Aiuchi now, dealer East 4.
All right, bunch of pairs. This hand has an East pair. Could call and go. We are still in East round. Bunch of repeats, but still East round. Could be one of the honors here. I think Onitsu's just a bit far away. 5 mon, pair up, 1, 1, 4, 5, 5. Could it be Chitoy as well? 4 pin fits in loosely. 4, 5, 6 Sanjuku is a possibility. 2 mon, gonna keep as a floater over the west. 5 pin, that's an Onko now. 1, 2, 3, 3, 5, 5, 5. Haku worthless. 9 pin does nothing. 7 pin, actually a very good floater, especially near Dora will hold it. 3-so, keeps the Sanjuku, and never mind, just cuts the Pinzu. I kind of like holding the 3-5-5-5 shape, especially when I'm just not sure what the rest of my hand's going to be. But this is Ishanten, potential Shampon. Hatsu does nothing. Friso fits in very nicely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 7, 8 in Sozu. Might go Honetsu later, but does have one of the 6-pin Dora. Speaking of 6-pin Dora, would love to see one now for Takeda. Yeah, gets Forso. Trying to keep as many routes to Sanjiko open as possible. And this is the problem with cutting that 3. Is you don't even get Tanya now. And you see the long hesitation of what to throw of the what have I done to myself type. Read here. Eventually cuts Manzu with the 5 mon, so he'll be down the 4-5-5. 9 so does fit in. That is Ishunten. 8 so pair up. Doesn't do anything immediately, but the 4 so is pretty useless as a floater now.
Yeah,
1 mon Anko. And you can see again, this is another backfire.
Oh, this is actually straightforward now because you have the...
Yeah, because your blocks are fairly clear, but it is still a backfire.
We're going to see the Sotails
Calls for
come
possible Tanya Door 2. We'll have to cut the 9 mon. Which 7-8-8 do you want?
Actually, I kind of like holding the 8-pin pair because the 9 pins come out 3 times.
Senpai, Riichi, Nomi, whole bunch of foo in here. This is also still Ishunten.
Well,
oh, well, that's a chase.
You got the Dora as well.
Riichi Dora 1, good wage. You have to just slam it, don't you? And will.
I also neglected to consider the 6-pin Dora, so maybe the 8-pin cut there is actually better.
There's the Chi, takes the Ishunten for Tanya Dora 2 or 3. Well, and the 8 mon. That's frustrating.
Against 2 Tempai.
2 Tempai and an aggressive third caller, you generally just try and fold out.
Right?
Unless you have the goods, and that is not Tempai. And that is not it. But it is 3-6 mon versus the 6-9 so, and the 9 so comes. Reach, Sumo, Dora, Ura, Mangan.
Takeda cannot be stopped here. Did not get the ideal Sanshika draw, but that's okay. Mangan will be good enough here. And Aiuchi takes the Oyakabuni, so the battle for 3rd place is strong. Furukawa pretty locked here into 2nd now.
Expands this lead significantly ahead to South round. And, well, it's nice for Takeda to win those extra points. The placement situation is not really helping her, because if the game were to end here, she'd still be basically 200 below, but not below 1 team, below 2 teams.
Yeah, it did make Aiuchi pay a little bit more, so making progress on that front.
All right, well, this has an East pair, but we're no longer in the East round, so it's just a random Wind pair. Pinfu, maybe a Chanta in there. 5-pin, decent floater, but similarly, this hand is what are we going to get in terms of value? 1 so's the Dora. This hand could potentially use it. Also has a North pair, so that is a Yakuhai potential call. We go Sozu Honitsu, and that 3-pin strongly suggests the play for the Honitsu. Hatsu pair up, good call and go. 3 so 1-3-3-5 with the 1 so's Dora is not ideal. This hand almost wants to go Chitoi, and it's a classic when Korak saying Chitoi from 3 pairs, you know the hand is terrible. Out goes the South, not going to hold the double South. For the South player anyway. And there goes the tune. 9 mon useless. 8 so, okay, well, I think you just have to go for it. This is how much do we want to hedge this 789 Sanshiku? Because the normal cut here is 7 mon. Could go with the dragon if you kind of want to halfway it. And that's going to be the play. Goes the tune.
A hand that's
1 so Dora.
Challenging enough that going halfway isn't even bad.
2 mon at the floater, terrible. It goes back. 3 mon at the floater, not much better. It also goes back. Hey, I just saw that tile. 6, 7, 8 in Manzu. There are some routes now to maybe a Sanji can slide down in the Sozu.
Speaking of Sozu.
So, nope, just going for the possible Itsu, I think.
Yeah.
6-0, there's the slide down you're looking for. So 6 and 8 Sanshiku is now definitely viable. South being held as a safe tile now. 5-so back it goes. 3-so. And yeah, that pool is just tragedy. The 1, 5, 3 when the 1's Dora, it's just not a fun pawn to stare at. 3-pin completes a pen chomp, but at the same time, the hand's still bad. When you fill the best block in it, and the hand is like, it's a little better, I guess. I see the Hatsu Pond, that is now Ishunten. Would love to palm the 9-mon here.
Ooh.
5, oh no! All the value just instantly died for this hand.
Could we 9-so first?
Yeah, I like this. I like the 9-so.
I still hope for the
With
7
the floating
pin drop.
6 worth a ton here. Could go 3-so, going Pei instead. I really like 3-so. Just slim that block down, lock the door in.
I think the choice is definitely between the 9-so and the 4.
Oh, speaking of Dora, could go 4-mon if you want the max value play. Because you haven't given up your Sanshiku and you haven't given up your Dora. And that is the discard. 1 pin does nothing. Back it goes. 9-so. Nope. Don't. Nope. 4-so. Nope.
Yeah, we're in that waiting stage of the
Haku.
game.
Nope. The switch is out with the pay for a different safe tile. And we see the pay has been called now. This is not Tenpai.
Aiuchi will also look for the Dora and the 3-so.
Slightly wider acceptance of the 3, but still Ishunten. 4-so. Well, I guess you can technically accept 2 Dora, but the hand is bad. You don't really want to throw lower Sozu.
Yeah, not against
everything
the open hands.
miserable. Okay, I'm just going to throw the Dora. I don't care.
Yes.
I don't think you have it, and is actually correct here. Interesting. I think I would have cut the 7-mon there. 8 pin. Well, there's an Onko. This is Ishunten. 4-so is the normal cut. Out it goes. Long pause here. This is Tenpai waiting on 3-so now. Kind of the worst possible Tenpai.
Just valuing getting to a Tenpai here.
Didn't mention it, but the 9-mon was Onkoed up, so that is also Tenpai. And this is also Tenpai with a 3-6.
So we have 2, 5, 8 pin, 3-6
This is
pin.
also Tenpai waiting 4-7, and there's going to be our Riichi Nomi.
So we have 2, 5, 8, 3-6, and 4-7 pin all dealing it.
Deep in, and that is just not a fun tile. You see the long pause here. This is almost as much well, if I don't throw the 3, what do I cut? 2-so? 8-so?
One of the issues here is that you recognize that everyone's Tenpai or Ishunten at this point, so there's a chance that you go to Ryukyoku, the only player not Tenpai.
Those are the 4. Figures the 1, given that the 1 has come out, it's not that likely to deal in. Could switch here. Yep, just throwing the East. 3-so would be the Onko. Oh, that would have won, but the fold. And now Tenpai on the 2-pin. Another Onko. Realized it'd be a foo loss to cut the 9, but does anyway. Famon, decent floater. And now the 7 could actually palm that for Tenpai on a 7-mon. Back goes the 8, and it is 2, 5, 8.
Yeah, Furukawa has done a good job recognizing that the pin tiles are bad, and will refuse to deal in. Any discard she makes would deal in.
There's another one of those Dora. 6 mon. You know the 7's safe. You're not really playing this hand, I don't feel, so I just always got the 7. And there it is. 9 pin is not it. Well, 9 pin is it here. Throws it back. Shaw's safe tile for now, anyway. 3 mon. 4 pin could slide this up. We'll do so. Waiting 2-5. Oh, there's the 2. Sumo. And Hana says, I want to get at least something here.
Yeah, everyone correctly avoiding the pincer, but eventually the 3-sided weight does come to fruition for the dealer. So that's a start. That's 3rd place attained. Temporarily. Still South.
We'll need to do a lot more, especially with where her team is, but as you say, it is 1 step forward. We'll see if there's a step backwards afterwards. But that's a very good starting hand. Maybe not very good, but pretty good. Definitely Tanya on there. No real value, but you get a Riichi Pinfu Tanya. I think would be great. 3-4-5 fits in. Also a west pair. North Onko, but this is the west seat. Doesn't do much immediately. Also floating 1 Sodora. 2 pin, 2-3-4 completed. Pretty good shapes. 8 pin could be used as the pair potentially. 9 pin is a blank. 5 mon fits in. 5-5-6-8. 2 mon pair up. Could call and go. You'd want a lot more value here, but I just don't know that it's going to happen. East, back it goes. South going to be held. Switches up the east. Hatu thrown back. East, back it goes.
We've had this 1 Sodora quite a bit, and it hasn't been particularly useful for any of these players.
Well, it finally helped there with the 1-3-4-4. 7 pin, another pair.
Too many shapes, though.
It's overblocked, but it's one of those situations where you're not sure if you're going G-Toy with it. So you just hold the block as they are and see what happens. Slide down with the 6 mon from the 7-9 to 6-7. Back goes the 9 mon. 3-5-5-6-8.
Yeah.
6 pin. There's your Ishan 10. That's what you're looking for. 8 is a nice fill as well. Cuts the 1 pin. 9 so worthless. 2 pin. Not a great floater. I just throw it back, and there it is. 2 pin, similar situation. Doesn't do anything immediately. 9 pin. Ugh. Technically Ishan 10, but are really sad unless you get the 7 first. Actually, here, this is a which pair do you want? I'd just throw it back, yeah. Because there are ways to move the 1-3-4-4 and Sozu around that don't cause problems. Ishan 10 there. This is also Ishan 10, and this is also Ishan 10. And now this is Ishan 10. So now we have 4 Ishan 10 hands.
Yeah, although Dora comes out, so that's definitely a big signal.
At the same time, we're at turn 8. You kind of expect people to be ready.
Yeah.
Or at least very close. Dreamon does nothing. It goes back.
Could consider keeping that.
8, there's Tempai. Should be a 3-so Riichi. Goes ahead and takes it. Takada says, I want more points. Can't really complain with this. Maybe a chase. This would be Riichi Tanya waiting on 4-so. Could also Dama. But Riichi is the normal play, and out it goes. But it deals into the Ipatsu. Riichi Ipatsu. No Ura, but a nice little pickup by Takada. 2,600 expands the lead again, and Aiuchi falls a little further into 4th place.
Yeah, I guess a little bit of Hoba as well. And Takada extends the lead. South 2. Hana unfortunately not getting another chance to repeat as the dealer. so far.
But unfortunately, you have to accept you're probably getting a pretty big negative this game, and
Oh,
her team's
hello.
not really in a position to take it. There's a 5-pin. It's a pretty good hand. It's not the best, but it's certainly not the worst. Has a couple extra floaters, but a couple completed shapes. Yeah, it's a pretty good hand. But also no value. This is similarly, unless it gets to 1, 2, 3 Sanjiku, there's not really going to be any value.
Outside
This
of the,
hand of their situation is just slow. This is a Hatsu pair, maybe call and go. A couple other pairs the blocks are not ideal. Oh no, Hatsu is Wochi Wochi. So going to be very hard to get that to pop out. Possible 2, 3, 4 Sanjiku option now.
and with the door 2, Tanyo, Sancho door 2 makes a lot of sense.
Nathanael going, anything I can do to incentivize 2, 4 Sanjiku, we just have the eyes peeled and ready to go. Out goes the 4-so, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2-so pair up. Could go 1 pin here, but no, just throws it back.
Yeah,
Another pair. Doesn't do a whole lot. 5, 7, 9 mon. Could get the 2-so or the 2 mon. Goes the 2 mon. 6 creates another Ryanman. It is Ishan 10. Could also just pull the hot tip. We know that's going to be very hard. Well, I guess this is likely to just be that 2, 3, 4 Sanjiku now.
Yeah, it's really interesting there because Takada doesn't know if she's going to draw the 1-so or the 4-so. And so she doesn't know which Sancho she should be aiming for. The keep of the 1 mon allows her to pull the door up. It just cuts it all. Max efficiency.
Slide efficient, but yuck. This is also an Ishunten upgrade. Upgrade in very much air quotes and just throws it back. Doesn't want the potential pen shot on the 3, so of course you 2 of them over here, so it's not even that good. Although you can't necessarily know that when you're on the table. 2 pin connects with the 3 here, keeps the 4, 4, 5 in Montu. Chewed. Back that goes.
Still Ishantam.
3 mon. Ooh, interesting choices all over. Cuts the 1, kind of kills the Chitoitsu route. Wants to go tiny, wants to just call and go with this hand, but it's going to be hard to. I might even like the 2-so in that situation.
Yeah, I think he goes as far as to cut the 4 pin.
There goes the 3-so. Not going to be taken. Back goes south. Back goes 1-so.
Still Ishantam. This
And
hand.
similar situation, we get mid to early second row, and everyone's head just stops.
Furukawa has been Ishantam quite a while. Had that great high.
If I had to summarize this game so far, it's been Takada wins and everyone else is just stuck in Ishunten hell. But here is a Riichi by Furukawa as dealer here. It is Riichi Nomi for 7 mon.
And not the tempai you're looking for, but you'll take any tempai at this point.
Dealer, good weight. You're not going to complain about that too much. 9 pin doesn't help. Of course, you're really hoping to just get the 7 pin and con.
We saw that work already this game.
Ishunten now. Perfect Ishunten. Haven't cut the 7-so there.
Four pin goes through. Takada is probably not willing to fight too hard against the dealer here.
Yeah, the 4 had come out from the Riichi, so just trying to get out. 9. It felt like I wanted that to be a 7, but it wasn't. It's one of those where I get pulled back, stares at it for an extra long time, and oh no, it's not what I wanted. Ooh, lots of choices now. I mean, 1 pin looks very safe, and yeah, there it goes. You can move the sword Tanya, cutting 9-so 9-so later, but it's not ideal. This is Tempai. Would be waiting on 7 pin for Riichi Nomi. Not going to take it.
If she draws the 5 pin, though, we'll probably choose to take it.
4, there's an Ipeiko. This is also Chitoitsu Ishunten. Throws the Tuso.
Give an early 4 so she can see number of
Hey,
the
that's
threes as well.
Senpai, Riichi, Pinfu, Dora. But the 4 deals in, and there's Riichi Nomi. No Ura, but it will be a nice pickup for Furukawa, who will get 2,000 off of that from Riichi Nomi. Doesn't get the extra stick, of course, but we'll still take it.
Yeah, it really felt like that hand was going to be worth more out of the high pipe, but picking up points, getting close to 30,000, and extending your dealership, most importantly, is a positive for Furukawa.
And as far as, especially Furukawa is concerned, any damage you can inflict on Aiuchi's team is a bonus.
Oh, absolutely. You always are targeting the top of the team that started at the top. I mean, if you look at
especially if you're in second place, actually that Riichi Nomi swings the scores in yellow. We have a new overall leader.
Yeah, as
of right now. 3-pin fits very nicely. I like this hand a lot. It's floating 3 Sodora as well. I think there was a pawn. Didn't see what the tile was. 3, 4, 4, 5. Again, the floating 3 Sodora is very nice. 1, 3, 5, 6 in Sozu. Haku pair,
call.
but that's just Ishunten. Another call. Yes, it was an East call. And the 1 Mon. Could go Honitsu, but not necessarily locking in just yet.
Yeah, we see Aiuchi, Takeda jamming the 8 Mon out. I mean, it's a natural cut, but also you start to be a little concerned.
Goes and cut the south. There are just greed the Honitsu, and there is the Honitsu play.
She hedged
useless.
1 turn with the west cut first, and then drew another Montel and immediately sent it.
Yeah, said this is good enough. We can potentially even call down. And now would be able to call down for potential Chun Tonki. 6 fits in very nicely. That is Ishunten for possible Riichi, Pinfu, Sanchiku, Dora. 4, so if it's in 1, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there is our call, but that is not a Tempai call. 3, 4, 4, 7. Of course, it's pulled what? East, 1 Mon, and 2 Mon now?
Yeah. And 3
honor
tiles out.
Fake Yaku like Sarenko on in this league, of course. There is a Riichi, though. Riichi, Dora 1, 2, 5 pin. Especially when someone's called 3 times recklessly as dealer, as good as shove anything. You feel, why not? Let's just go for it.
Yeah, and Takeda was really positioning herself to be able to do the same thing. But with a second Riichi hitting the board, we rethink that situation.
So it never feels good to have to throw the door indicator like that, but out it goes.
Yeah, Furukawa is really stuck here. Just has to keep pushing. Pressing forward. Sumogiri everything except the useful tile.
It is possible to fold from 4 tiles. I have done it many a time, but it's really, really hard to do it against a first row Riichi.
And it's not as if she's really incentivized to do it in this position either. Oops.
Oh, accidentally reveals an 8 pin from the middle of the wall. No foul, because everyone saw the information, and it wasn't a key tile like Rin Chandra. That even pros get some lenience on that type of thing.
Sozu's starting to look safe, but
oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It's 2 pin. No, hangs on.
No, yeah, it gets away from it. It says there's a Tanya route, and that's my preferred plan anyway.
Tempai.
You just have to shove the 3. You don't care. 5, 8 Mon. This is dealer. Tempai now.
And that hand is over.
Does not take the pull for the Tonki, of course.
That would add Toy Toy. It is an interesting idea, but perhaps a bit.
The 3 to 5 upgrade like that is so sad. And it wouldn't even have been an option here. I would con. Who do you think you're asking? Of course I'd con.
No, it does not.
She won't, though.
Oh, Samen-chan.
7. Uh-oh, that's going to incentive. This may just be a deal in.
Do you ever 8 pin? You lose so much cutting one of the pin tiles. That's not the 2 pin. You just lose so much. It's got to be 2 pin. No, throws it back.
No,
defensive.
well played.
And Aiuchi is really relying on Furukawa here. She's saying, I'm not going to lose any more points than I have now. I already have a bank. So either Furukawa is going to deal into this Riichi or Hana's going to deal into Furukawa. I need one of those to happen. I'm not going to be the one to give it up. And it
5
is
mon,
Hana.
that deals in. Honetsu, I believe.
Yes.
Of course, doesn't get the extra foo here, but still 5,800. Plus 1 home by the Riichi stick, and I close the gap a little bit further. Also knocks Hana into 4th place. Which is actually bad news for everyone else on the table.
Yeah, I mean, that's Aiuchi not taking the fight. So that puts temporarily now, because of the placement change, not because of the gain of points for Furukawa, but that puts Aiuchi back in the lead by 100 points.
This is a floating 7-pin. Could just be Chun, call, and go. There's a little Tanya around. There's an East pair. Actually, may just be a Riichi Nomi. Nothing fancy. Couple of pairs. It kind of wants to be Tanya, but it just slows. 8-pin's a great draw here with the 6, 7, 7, 8, 9 now. But I feel this hand just get the Chun, figure out something else later. 6 so extends the Sozi shape. 1, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6. 8 so completes the 6, 7, 8 shape. 5-pin. Pins are looking really good. Back goes the Haku.
You're extra
3-pin, another
incentivized.
pair.
You're extra incentivized to like the Pinzu because the door suit is the Pinzu, 7-pin particular, 2-door in hand. But with those 2 doors, you can just play any sort of Riichi door 2, Riichi PP door 2, and be pretty happy with the value she's getting.
And of course, Ishunten here would like a 7-mon. 3 so a pretty good floater going to be held. So there's a Haku to get rid of. 9-pin. 3 or 4 so earlier. Throws another one now. 2 so perfect draw. This is Tempai. Not going to take it. Cuts the 8-mon. This is effectively a 3 so or 6 so floater. Kusuke Ishunten. Shaw pair up. You just go Chitoi?
Yeah.
5 is a Chitoi cut, that's for sure.
Feels like the
6 so. I'm surprised that Riichi isn't taken.
Yeah, the Shabo.
Michelle pulling on the East. Sure, the East is 1 out, but at the same time, that is a disgusting weight.
I'm also noticing the pace of discards picking up here a bit. The players are in South 2, and they've been playing for
okay.
over an
Just
hour.
get your 3-sided Riichi the next turn with Pinfu. Damas. This is just because Taka is so much out in front, she doesn't feel she needs to. This is Chitoi Ishunten as well. Trying to decide whether the Sanchi is worth it and says, nope. Out goes the 3-mon.
Holds strong. At the same time with Summon Chun, I think your odds are pretty good.
Yeah, 147. Oh, no, that's right. This is Chitoi, so it's not going to be the 7 cut here, so. Six-pin, that's annoying. Doesn't fit. 1-mon, of course, has come out a couple times, so you know that's safe.
Yeah, when you're aiming for Chitoi, usually you cut the door anyway.
Oh, okay. Oh, not even going to consider the other route. Does not everyone have to cut this door? East Onko, but that's useless. You just want the pin for you just want to move the round. You just want to get out of this game with this big win.
I kind of impressed.
Especially cut down Furukawa's dealer.
Yeah, the 147 so it hasn't come out. It's not as if players are using a large number of those tiles. It's particularly the 1 so just hasn't been drawn.
Nine-mon. Doesn't switch out with the 2 so, which it also did just clear. Seven-mon. We'll
Maybe a
pull
little
out
bit.
the 8. 5-mon not being held at all. Doesn't do anything here. 5-mon still doesn't do anything.
All these slow Chitoi
3-mon
hands.
is a
How
hit.
has this not won yet?
Chitoi's always cursed, so you just don't know how many people it's going to curse. Oh, that's going to be Dylan, I think. No, goes with their early 2 so. So I think they are technically reading here that the lower Sozu especially are really scary, but the 2s come out already.
Yeah, it's just a better Chitoi keep as well.
Goes with the 9. That is also safe. Says, okay, fine, I'll do it myself. Sumo, Pinfu Ipeko. Gets the expensive end, but without a Riichi, not a ton of value here.
Up 3 Hanpinfu. So that will still stay below 60,000 points. But importantly, as you said, this ends the dealership of Furukawa, the closest competition. And also,
it is possible for Takeda to lose this first, but it's a lot of work. Furukawa really wants a Hanuman Sumo right now to have Takeda eat the Goyakabre here, the extra dealer payment. Otherwise, it's going to be very hard to win, and you're probably just playing for second. What? Pinfu hand, not a great one. This has a north pair, but that's not a lot. Maybe go Honitsu. So it's a floating Hatsu. This is a slow Pinfu hand. This is a slow Tanyo hand. And this is also a slow pair-based hand. Of course, I get slow and pair-based is repetitive. 668. This does have a floating Hatsu, so if you pair that up, you have an obvious plan. If you don't, the hand just slow.
Hand of Aiuchi might be the most exciting. Flush.
79 Sancho is an option now. 4 connected to the 3 here. Could be 7, so. Could go west. I think I like west. Oh, goes the 8. 2 so as a floater, not going to hold it. Keeps the 4, 6, 7, 9 in Manzu. 3 so goes back. That is full commitment to hold it to. 5 connects with the 4 here. Still has some arms to get rid of. 3 of ugh. Ugh. 2 so, and now has a 6 so, 4 so, 3 so, 2 so in the pawn, and about to have a 1 so. That's always the other part of when you go Chitoi, or when you go Honitsu, is you just keep drawing things in the offsuit that you would have actually made a hand in. There is the south, and there goes the 1 so. With Chitoi, you always just end up dumping your own pairs.
Yeah.
But Honitsu, you draw in the offsuit.
Double South Honitsu already Mongon, but with a Hatsu Dora, it could pair that up, find Hanuman even. So big hand potential for Aiuchi. If she can get another Green Dragon.
Or get an Anko of it, get all the way to Baimon's always better, but we'll have to get there first. Haku doesn't do anything. There is 1 out, it's not a terrible tile, and that other's the door indicator, so it's very safe. The 9-mon completes a block here. This is Ishan 10.
Honitsu threat really
potentially cut the Dora.
Yeah, do you want to potentially feed Honitsu into Baimon is the question.
They never have it. They never have it.
Surely they never have it.
Famous words before men who finds out they actually had it. Oh, well, this may actually be, yeah, just going to hold it for now, because there's no reason to check it. You know someone's going Honitsu and probably needs it. There's a Tanya play. This is Ishan 10.
Yeah, we have seen Takeda play pretty aggressively early in this game, but later half of the game has been very defensive, of course, trying to preserve the lead, even holding the Dama Samanchan. And you could just turn this... Okay, no, playing the 1-1.
Nah. Just throws the East back. 5, that is Tempai, waiting on 6-mon for Tanyao. I think that was Tanyao, yeah.
Yeah. So not...
That is Tempai, not going to take this one. Does not want to throw that Dora. 2-mon's a great draw. So now you get to this situation, you're mid to late second row. Someone's obviously going Honitsu in the Dora suit. Oh, it doesn't matter, just Sumo.
And this would...
6-mon Sumo, that will be Tanyao.
Change places.
and just moves the game around, but Hana will jump into third place off of it. Just takes the one Han in order to get there, but it's a placement which is very nice. And as I keep mentioning, everyone else at the table wants Aiuchi to suffer. Drop a bunch down. The fourth would be a pretty good result for at least Takeda and Furukawa.
This might be a spot where if you are Furukawa, you deal 1,000 points into Hana.
Oh, absolutely. I feel in that situation you'd be thrilled with that result. But it's always a trick to decide how aggressively you want to try and do something along those lines. This is a Tanya and a Dora draw now. 2 4 4 5, 2 pin being Dora. Haku pair, maybe call and go for Takeda. Also possible Honage if you really want to run the score up. 3 pairs here, a bunch of Sozu. Just gonna get the 1 pin. Out goes the Haku.
Yeah, we will see the call.
Haku is alone. Yeah, we expected that. East pair up.
Could be another flush.
Yeah, but at the same time, Aiuchi's dealer, so if you just use the East as your Yaku High, you don't have to worry about the flush.
Right. I mean,
Of course,
it's just a
both,
consideration.
always preferable. 2 3 4 called. This could be an interesting situation because you have 2 people very Sozu heavy. One going for the obvious Honetsu. Another person just has a ton of Sozu in the hand. But Takeda doesn't need value. I would gladly take it if it gets there, but doesn't have to sell out. It's this hand where there's just an incentive to go Honetsu anyway, cutting the Formon.
Yeah, and you see Takeda holding 1 floating tile in the other suit, the 3 Mon. If she draws a connector that she will just play for it. It doesn't make sense to force the value when she doesn't have to pin
out. Goes the Dora. That'll get your attention.
And yeah, it's going to hold the 3 Mon over an honor tile.
Chewed pair up. That is full Honitsu now.
Yeah, what's
Could even be
Chitoi
Chitoitsu. Well, breaks the Chitoi Shunten because of the 7-pin cut.
So definitely forcing it now.
5-pin pair up. This is now Ishunten. 5 so makes the shape a little bit better for the Honitsu, but it's still fairly slow.
I mean, you can call and go Harakatanki, but probably would prefer to have more tiles in hand against the future dealer reach.
Yes. 7 Mon. Already got rid of the 8. 7's not going to be that useful. 1 Mon. You just throw the 2 back, don't you?
Maybe there's some consideration about trying the 1 so first, and then if you draw the 3 Mon, you can continue to play normal hand. However, that does lose out on the 1 so pair for Chitoi Honitsu, which would be a huge hand to aim for. So I think she's just decided to continue with the Monzu cut. The later it gets, though, if you pair up an offsuit tile, the more likely you are to just hold it.
Oh, what about you just Onko it offsuit into the honors?
Perfect draw.
Ooh, 7. Doesn't do a whole lot, though. Still very awkward. Speaking of 7s, that one goes. That has to be called. And that is Ishunten. Very wide. Tempai on anything from 3 to 9 in Sozu.
And some calls to make as well, potentially.
Well, the other issue here is Furukawa doesn't really want to throw the 5, but at the same time would be glad to see a win. And there is Tempai waiting on the 7, so. And we're going to see the Honitsu, and this should be an 8 so cut, which is not the deal in tile, waiting 3 so. So we have dueling Penchon in Sozu here.
7 so is pretty held. This is a tough spot. You recognize that you both have the same hand, but the dealer is going to have more value by nature of being the dealer.
Awkward. It's always awkward when 2 people go Honitsu in the same suit.
You can't fold, so you're really just hoping to draw no more Sozu.
Could switch, will not do so. Keeps the penchant. Probably just didn't want to throw the 2. I feel this is a fold as well. I might even just go 2 so anyway. Nope, just throwing in the offsuit says, I'm done.
Oh, she finds it.
7, they're just Sumo!
The last copy of the 7-so, and Takeda shuts it down again.
Rubs her head into excitement. The big win here, 76.5. Talking over
Huge.
60,000. I hope the score on screen does not match up. And second place, Furukawa, there with the 13.3. So yeah, Takeda was 71.8. That does make more sense. Hana with the minus 36.9, and Aiuchi with the minus 48.2. But it does change the dynamics. We have a new first place team at this table. But when you're hot, you're hot.
Yeah, it's this series took a ton of twists as first place changed hands multiple times, every single game, and also within the game itself. It's just been a very close race, but with the 4th place team in that game getting a huge win, that means that even going to the last series, it will still be a relatively exciting race for all of the teams. And we can take a look to see exactly what went down in the series. This is what it looked like at the start of the day. Mahjong Pro Keirin Club 121.6 had a healthy lead over Mahjong unit Laima. Jankatsu Master
just over 80 points and a pretty big gap there, over 100 to 3rd place.
Yeah, Blossom Quintet at around negative 120 to start. And this was the result of the day. It started off with a huge win for Mahjong unit Laima. Fujii Saeka, a good first place, 53.9. And a game that went to time in her dealership in South 3. Just so many repeats. And
Konami Saito did not have a great day, but Takeda saved it for Team Blossom Quintet. Keeps the positive. You see the scores up here, the totals. Not a drastic swing, but the most important is the big winners of the day were in second. The big losers of the day were in first. So we should get an updated score that has Mahjong unit Laima in first.
Indeed, that is the case. Up to 91.2. Keirinbu had, a good first place in the second game, but 2 4th places drops them down into second. It's going to be an incredible finish here. And
really does feel like a 2-team race, but if it were to remain this close, remember there are wild card spots for a team that is closest in second place to the first place team. So if it were to end here, this would be a 10.3 gap between first and second, but they still have, I believe, one more day at this table in order to accomplish that. So both would much rather not have to sweat it out and just win big.
And if you are getting a first place in a game, you're expecting to earn 45 to 50 points as a minimum. And if that's the case, then even teams that are in the position of Jankatsu Master, Blossom Quintet, can expect to pick up at least 150 points with 3 first places if they were to manage that. And with the other teams then dropping points, you could foresee an opportunity for one of them to come back. So as long as you're within 200 points, you have a chance. You just need 3 first places. It's going to be a tough task, but they'll keep their hopes alive for sure.
Alrighty then, let's go ahead and wrap it up here then.
Sure thing. You want to take a peek at the individual standings just to see how things are shaking out?
Oh, sure. Let's see those. We, of course, are getting to the last broadcast of the week, so let's go ahead and see those. Sato in first place. I believe we saw her not too long ago.
Yeah, not
with
surprising.
a 234.3, just absolutely dominant here. But you see that gap between 7 and 8. The colors are different. That if you are in that top 7, you get effectively bonus games to accumulate points, because the championship structure for the individuals is a little bit odd.
Yeah, a lot of rounds where they play a game, the top players immediately go advance to the next round, and then new players come in the next pool, and in fact we'll see that in the second set of standings we have more blue players and it goes down to the green players, and as the rounds continue on, people advance into the finals, and then more players enter into the rankings. So the longer that you are, or the higher up in the standings you are, the more games you get to play, the more chances you have to advance. And we see most of these players are hitting that 8-game minimum, although Anisa Arakakia at 24 is just a game shy. We'll just need to play one more game in the next 3 in order to qualify. But a lot more recognizable names on this list, and we even have a third screen of standings at the very bottom, players sneaking their way in. On this list we also have Nemi Otsuki, who we just saw last week win a monster game in order to put herself in qualification position. It looks like she's hanging on there at position 25. Of course, for Team WRC, no games this week. They will be playing their next session, their final section, next month, and that will be Mio Nishida playing for the team, playing all 3 games, and so she will try to make a run at qualifying herself for the individuals as well as qualifying the team with 3 first places.
All right, well, now we actually will go ahead and wrap it up. Just a dominant performance there on the end, and so much Ishan Tenhel. People just stuck second row for so long. We're just Suma gear after Suma gear. Got to about turn 8 and head just bricked over and over.
Yeah, and that will lead to a very exciting finals. I mean, this has been the penultimate rounds taking place up until this point. Come next month, we will see a lot of these tables come to a head, get their final sessions in.
That's when you're trying to set yourself up in position for those final rounds before the eventual cutoff. So good luck to all the teams involved. And with that, go ahead and sign off here for Nathanael, Chiral, Jenn. This is Korak. Hoping to see you next time. Speaking of, when is our next broadcast?
I believe February 26th.
Okay, so we have almost a full month then. I believe we were back-to-back weeks this time. The schedule doesn't necessarily follow the same holidays we may have in North America or Europe. Japan on their own schedule as normal. They try to do it every other week, but back-to-back sometimes and with a 4-week gap occasionally as well. So we hope to see you then.